Yep. Exhaling, just allowing it to float down by your ear. Breathing in, this hand can float up. Exhaling, it can float down. You need me to keep speaking? So start bringing some scrunchiness to the fingers, movement to the hand and the wrist. Awesome, you can start moving, making them a little bit more freestyle, creative.
Thrive Fest. Thrive Health and Wellness Festival will be coming to you live from Canmore momentarily.
How's it going?
Good, thank you.
Good. You ready to go? Welcome, everyone, to Thrive 2020, our live stream virtual event. Welcome back to those of you who were with us last year, and welcome to lovely Jess, who will be taking you through a wonderful yoga session very shortly. I just wanted to also say thank you to Brian, who's the behind-the-scenes guy live streaming for us today, and Brittany, who's also helping us out, trying to get messages out to everybody. So we're excited to be able to bring you this incredible virtual event from beautiful Canmore, Alberta. And we've got some surprises in store for you today, a few giveaways, and we're very excited to get started. So I'm going to pass you off to Jess and let her take it from here.
Awesome. Thank you, Cheryl. Awesome. So welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining in. Pretty exciting here for Thrive Festival as we're kicking off right here, right now. So as Cheryl said, my name's Jess. Yes, I'm pregnant, in case you're wondering what this belly is all about. This is 5 months of baby growth. So that's exciting. So I'm a coach. I work with women online where I help them sort of develop in their life ways to holistically and unapologetically care for themselves on a regular basis. And so I kind of got into this line of work for a variety of reasons, but one being that I burnt out one too many times. In fact, the last big burnout I had to get hospitalized for it. So I'm definitely a queen of, pushing the body and mind pretty hard. So since that event, I've kind of been on this journey where I've been finding tools and implementing these tools in order to help me find a way in that I can live and that I can have more sustainable performance, health, energy, more stability in my mood, so I'm less but like a yo-yo, energy, and all this good stuff. And so, yes, that's been great, what I found. It's been awesome getting the performance and health benefits, all that goodness. But what I have found is something even way cooler than that. And this finding, it was so cool that I simply just had to share it. And so this finding is that what I've learned is that when we practice self-care consistently in our lives, that we actually cultivate the inner environment within ourselves that increases our ability to love ourselves. Now, I didn't even know I needed to love myself, but turns out I did, and I started loving myself at age 34, so a couple years ago. And it's wonderful. So with self-care, we learn to love ourselves and our imperfect selves, the shadowy parts of ourselves, all of ourselves, the good bits, the bad bits. It also helps us increase our ability to make decisions in our life that are driven from our heart versus our head. So pretty powerful. And to express ourselves sort of more authentically and fully who we are as a real person versus sort of who we are, wanting to be or trying to show ourselves as. And so this loving ourselves, making decisions in alignment with our heart, and expressing who we are really confidently is what I believe to be the 3 ingredients for us to live our best lives. So I'm pretty passionate about sharing it. And so, it turns out treating ourselves via self-care actually treats ourselves in more ways than one. So body, mind, and spirit. It's pretty awesome. And so this morning, we're going to treat ourselves with a super fun Yang Flow yoga and mantra session that's set to support our emergence. And so emergence, like what on earth even is emergence, right? Well, it's the process of coming into being. It's the process of coming into view after being concealed. And so 100% over the last few months, with world events, it's probably not surprising if you've been a little bit more cooped up or hidden away more than normal, right? But the emergence that we're working on today is bigger than that. The emergence that we're going to work on today is a type that all of us should be working on all the time. And so as we grow up, we kind of have all these experiences, different situations and events in our lives. And these events and experiences can sometimes make us lose sight of who we are, awareness of who we are. Or perhaps they increase our fear around, being who we are. Perhaps we did something and got critiqued or whatever. And so we kind of learn to sort of hold certain things in within us. And so rather than being fully driven by our hearts, we get a little bit more driven by our minds, where the way we're thinking, even internally to ourselves, the way that we're speaking, the way that we're acting in the world, is kind of driven by sort of the lessons we've learned from those in our surroundings, the should-dos, the don't-dos, influences of society. And, it's totally fair enough. I don't know about you, but I want to be accepted. 100% is like one of the biggest things in life. I just want to be accepted, right? And so not surprising, in this desire to feel accepted and included and welcome and all this good stuff, that perhaps we alter our behavior in a way to present ourselves in a way that we believe will help us be more readily accepted by those who love us, that we love in our surroundings. And so the problem is that the person we're putting out there to be accepted is unfortunately not necessarily ourselves. It's not our full selves, maybe not our necessarily most authentic selves. And so by having part of ourselves concealed, it's kind of like a little bit of a wall, so that when we're interacting with people, we're interacting with them, but this wall is kind of blocking them from interacting with us a little bit more fuller, to see the fullness that is us, and kind of compromises the depth of the relationships that we can kind of delve into. And the judgment that we're making internally, perhaps whether it's conscious or subconscious on ourselves, to kind of hold back a little bit because, some bits aren't good enough. Some bits we're embarrassed about, not worthy of people seeing. If we do that, no one's going to like us, that sort of thing. That judgment about ourselves is sort of abandons ourselves a bit and leaves us disconnected from ourselves. And so not awesome, because connection, acceptance, these things are all very valid needs, actual needs, not even wants for us and living our best life or even just happy, joyous life. And because when we're not being ourselves, it doesn't feel good. It brings suffering, really. Because, it doesn't feel good being in hiding. And if you think about when you played hide and go seek back as a kid, if you were hiding, you're kind of like backed into a corner, you're covered, you're even holding your breath, you're definitely not relaxed, you're a bit tense, waiting, scared of being found, right? It doesn't necessarily feel good. In my experience, you want to be the looker, the one who's searching, right? You got a bit more control. So it's still scary being the looker because, what if you don't find what you're looking for? What if it takes you ages? And I know as a kid playing that hide and go seek, I used to get really embarrassed because I didn't want to, it was going to be shameful if I couldn't find my friends or, it took ages. Obviously, it meant I wasn't very good at looking and all this. And the same can be applied to self-care or spending time in self-connection. If we are spending time doing these things, what if we don't actually find ourselves or, develop that self-love or these things that perhaps these deeper connections with ourselves and others that maybe we initially get us going into this self-care journey, right? So it's scary stuff. But I believe that if you do self-care practices consistently, that 100% it's going to happen. So it doesn't happen overnight, but it does happen. Just like, tomorrow or right now, you might not be able to run a marathon. But if you went home and, started training and exposing yourselves to the recovery, the nutrition, all those things, the learnings to prepare yourself over a period of time consistently to be able to run a marathon, I'm pretty confident that eventually one day you're going to be able to run a marathon. And so same thing goes with self-care. If we put in the time spent caring for ourselves, nourishing ourselves, connecting in with ourselves, although it's kind of scary and uncertain, we don't know where we're going to end up, that, the good things I talked about, the heart-aligned decisions, being more able to confidently express who you are really at a soul level, actually love who you are sort of inside out fully, I believe it does happen. And, taking this time out can feel selfish. We can feel guilty around it, shame, unless we're doing something, spending our time on something that's productive, contributing. But the thing is that taking time for self-care and connection, which is kind of like taking time to love yourself, is productive. It's showing yourself that you give a damn about yourself. And in fact, it's just one of the greatest gifts you could give the world, right? Because if we love ourselves, we're less embarrassed, we're more willing to be ourselves, to show ourselves. And when we're showing ourselves, when we're more emerged, we're sharing our gifts, our ideas, our light. We've got more energy. We're being less bogged down by all the hiding and we're able to breathe more fully, all this. And so we're able to sort of bring up those better in our surroundings, as well as sort of be a greater beacon of light in the world. And so I don't know about you, I want to live in a world where you're fully emerged. And so today I thought, let's play around with that idea of actually feeling emerged, right? And so I invite you today to kind of move and practice in a way as if you're already kind of more fully out there, being yourself, kind of more fully honoring the full beauty that is you by being you. So we're going to start with some very beautiful Qigong-inspired Yang fluid flow movements. And so the idea of these is they're going to help clear tension that's sort of stuck in our fascia, clear energetic blocks, and these things can sort of contribute to health imbalances 100%, but also they can influence, restrict our ability to cloud our ability to see ourselves and confidence to be ourselves. So we want to get these things that are limiting ourselves into circulation so we can clear them out this morning. And so from our yoga, we're going to then move into mantra. And with mantra, it might be a new practice for you. And so there's so much I'd love to tell you about it. It's a pretty profound practice. But the best way to learn about mantra is to experience it. So rather than tell you, we're going to just jump in. So today it's a little bit like mantra surprise. And so that's going to be surprising. So I invite you to kind of just be a scientist and just be curious, how does the practice today, the yoga, the mantra actually just make you feel? And so just a little kind of 101 on mantra, just really quickly. So mantra is similar to yoga. So in our practice, we're going to be doing all sorts of moves to bring about, release of tension, nourish, bring more blood into certain areas, with different poses, different areas. And similarly in mantra, we use different sounds to nourish different parts of our physical body, energetic body, mental body, and all of this. So it's actually pretty same, except one we're using physical postures, or one we're going to be using our voice. So so that's us. So are you ready? Shall we get stuck into it? I reckon. Beautiful way to start. So if you're not already, if you could please come to standing. And then let's just take your feet slightly wider than your shoulders. And I like to have my toes just a little bit out, so a little bit more 45 degrees. And then let's just take a moment. So with your feet, just start to massage them down into the earth. So you feel the edges of your feet sort of pushing them in, just feeling a little bit more connected in the feet, soft knees, maybe even moving in through the hips. Awesome. And then slowly just coming to a place of stillness. We'll take a lovely inhale, roll the shoulders forward and up, and just bring openness to the front of the heart. And then another breath to bring length to the spine. So it's like you just got a little bit taller. And we'll bring the hands to sort of face out in front. And then just exhale. Just allow yourself to stand here for a moment in stillness, in softness. So softness where we relax the muscles, relaxing the face, the belly. Relaxing the space even within you. We'll take a breath into the belly and an exhale out the mouth. Awesome. And then let's take a breath, bending into the knees. We're going to reach down with our hands as if you're kind of scooping into the earth. And then we're going to gently, slowly pick this earth up as if you're actually carrying something. So it's quite heavy. And then we're going to subtly reach up long. We're going to take this earth all the way into the sky. And then we're going to pivot the hands slowly to the outer walls. And exhale, we're going to melt the shoulders away from the ears, soft elbows, wrists, hands, soft knees. We're going to lower down. So we're going slower than feels natural here. And this is because we're trying to shift quickly from sort of a bit more jazzed up, wired states as we breathe in and we gently rise into one that's a little bit more relaxed, connected with our space and surroundings. So reaching into the sky. Slowly we pivot the hands out wide and then exhaling, shoulders melt away, hands, elbows, fingers soft, soften to the knees, we lower down. So let's do a couple more, just seeing if you can, as we breathe in, really just sort of almost give your body over. So letting your body just move how it naturally wants to move with the breath versus the mind, not worrying too much about what you look like, or what you're doing, and exhale, just really trying to come more into a feeling existence. Awesome. So breathing in, last one like this, reaching down, coming up wide, floating to the sky, hands pivot, and exhale, softening, coming down. Little variation. Some hands are going to be in front of the body. Fingers are like dripping towards the earth, and we're going to inhale, allow them to rise, come up to the sky. Maybe a bit of a back bend, and if you're back bending, just keeping that space in the spine. And then on the exhale, we're going to have the hands sort of float down towards the earth. So it's like you're actually squishing something down, bending into the knees. And then we'll repeat a couple times. So breathing in, it's like the earth's essence dripping from your fingers, coming all the way up to the sky. Little back bend, reaching tall. And then exhaling nice and soft, will come down. Beauty. One more like this. Breathing in, rising up. And exhaling to lower down. Beauty. Let's take hands to shoulder height, and we're going to take them back behind the body, spread the fingers and flex the fingers back. So already I'm feeling perhaps a stretch in front of the forearms here. And so taking an inhale, sort of rolling the shoulders, opening through the front of the heart. And then on the exhale, we're going to bring the fingers together and sort of reach them long. We're trying to now bring traction into the back of the heart space. So we'll repeat this a few times. So breathing in to open, expand, spreading the fingers, flexing them back, and exhaling, reaching with the fingers, rounding into the spine. And if you like, drawing the belly in towards the spine and even up towards the lung. We want to get rid of any stagnant, stale air that's been lingering there overnight. So breathing in to open, expand, bring in fresh and new. And exhaling, surrounding, reaching, squeezing out the breath, making space for new. So breathing in, we open, and exhale, we round and reach. So let's do two more. And as we open into the heart here, both forward and back, we are increasing our ability to receive the nourishment of the practice here this morning. Awesome. So we'll bring hands from the reach up above the head. And then just bringing hands to sort of the palms together. And then on the exhale, we'll just allow the hands to float down and just bring them thumbs to sternum at heart center. You can bring the feet to a little bit more hip width, softness to the knees, the hips. And let's just take a moment to close the eyes. Again, to bring that breath into the body, that brings space to the spine, openness to the heart. And on the exhale, where we just allow everything to soften, relaxing the elbows, face, belly. We're just going to take a little sneaky moment to feel into the body. To notice sort of what you feel perhaps touching the body. So the air around you, its temperature, its texture, is there any movement? And then feeling the space within the body. So just noting sort of what muscles are sort of contracted, perhaps holding you up, where there might be some movement, some tingles, temperatures for different parts of the body. So just noting, observing what you feel. And then we're going to sync our energies with the Om sound. So the sound is a very powerful sound for helping us connect a little bit deeper in with ourselves, as well as drop a little deeper into our rest, digest, repair, renew, all that goodness nervous system state. So we'll do this 3 times. So you're welcome to maybe listen to the first one and join in for 2, or just stay here, sort of soft muscles, listening and feeling for all 3 Oms if you like. So we'll take a breath to sync the breath. So breathing in to exhale, breathing into Om. Om. 2 more. And last one. Awesome. Keeping eyes closed again, just another sneaky moment to feel, noting any subtle shifts, changes, movements in the body. We'll take an inhale through the nose to fill the belly space. Exhaling out the mouth. Let's do one more like this, breathing in and exhaling. Awesome. You can gently open your eyes, relax the hands. I like to give a little bit of a shake out. So shaking into the hands, even the feet, you can roll them in the ankles, get the shoulders going. You can do 2 shoulders at a time. 1 shoulder, you can wiggle into that jaw. So just a little bit of freestyle movement. Awesome. Big breath in, reaching up high. And then big shake. And relaxing. Beauty. Let's do it. So let's take your feet now outside hip width. So decently, not super wide, but decently wide. Let's bring hands to the hips for a moment. And then picking up, I'm going to mirror you guys, your right toes. We're just going to pick them up and point them out towards the side wall. Awesome. So this front right knee can have a little bit of a bend in it or not. You can kind of choose here. And with your hips, we're just going to stick them out a little to the left. And then with this, let's actually bring hands out from the shoulders. And then we're just going to allow this right hand to sort of float down to maybe rest on your upper quadricep or maybe the shin. We just don't want it resting on the knee. So somewhere here. If you have a block, you're of course welcome to use a block. But we're going freestyle with no blocks this morning. Beauty. And so with this left hand, let's just take an inhale, reach to the side wall, and then up to the sky. And as we exhale, just allowing that hand to float down over the head, sort of out to the side here. Awesome. We're going to do what I like to call the hula waves. So with the hand, we want to sort of reach for the side wall and then sort of draw it back. And then reach and soften and reach and soften. And so we're sort of playing here by sort of bringing gentle traction into our side body. So we're trying to bring in juiciness, release for the layers of fascia here. So getting rid of that tension, helping restore that energetic flow we talked about. And so getting your hula Hawaii on. And if you like, you can move into a bit bigger waves where you kind of inhale, rise to the sky. And exhale, just allow that hand to float down. So breathing in, you can rise. And exhale, floating down. And noting that we're going to hang here for a little bit. And as you do, you can start to bring some squishiness to your fingers. You can bring some movement to the hand and the wrist. And so there's a lot of energetic pathways sort of in the fingers, in the wrist here, and the forearm. So if even just little movements into the hands and wrists can really sort of shift our energy for the day. Awesome. And so freestyling, not only welcomed, but encouraged. So feeling free now to sort of explore a little bit, maybe further into your shoulder or even into feeling where you feel the traction in the side body as you move your arms perhaps a little bit more forward of the body, maybe a little bit back behind the head, or maybe a bit like floating leaf in the sky. So just feeling free to have a little bit of play for just a little bit longer. Awesome. Let's breathe in, reach up high to the sky. Exhale, allow that hand to float down over the air. We're going to have it float, continue to the earth and wind up towards the other shoulder. We're going to bring bend into that front right leg, and then we're going to sort of push off. Hands are going to float up. We'll pick up the right toes, bring them to face the front. We're going to pick up the left toes, pivot them out to face the side wall, and then let's bring the hands down to rest on the hips. Beauty. So let's take the hips out towards the right. Again, front knee can have a bit of a bend or not, your choice. We'll bring the hands out wide from the shoulders. And then as you're ready, we're just going to tilt over to bring this left hand either to the shin, maybe the foot or ankle, or to rest on the quad, just not on the knees. So just choosing somewhere that feels appropriate. And you can adjust your stance width. It can be narrow or long, your choice. Awesome. With this right hand, let's breathe in, reach to the side wall, up to the sky. And exhale, let's allow it to float down over the head. Awesome. We'll get our hula waves on. So reaching with that hand, softening and reaching. Again, we're trying to feel as you move, how is the sensation in the body moving? Where is the traction? Where is it stemming from? How long is that strip? Awesome. You can bring that scrunchiness into the fingers, into the wrists. If you like, those waves can get a little higher, floating up to the sky, floating back down. You can start to get your freestyle on, if that feels good. So just breathing as you need. Hand can be getting a little bit more floaty, kind of out the front, again, over the head, out behind, your choice. So again, where's sort of creaky, clunky, where's smooth and fluid? Where haven't you moved into for a while? Where would the body like you to kind of explore, to nourish, so that it can kind of feel more free and open to express, move more fluidly? Awesome, just a few more moments here. And then let's inhale, reach up to the sky. Exhale, allow that hand to float down to the earth, up to the other shoulder, bend into that front leg. We're going to come up in like a rainbow of sorts. We'll bring that left foot forward, left foot out, right foot out, and then bending into that left knee, we'll bring this forearm down to rest on the upper leg here. Awesome. So you can adjust your stance to sort of be as deep or as shallow as you like, your choice. And again, let's take a breath with this left hand, take it up to the sky. And exhale, allow it to float out. So we'll go straight into freestyling here. So working into a slightly different area of our fascia. We're sort of absolutely smothered and surrounded in fascia, 360 degrees, so many angles. So feeling free to sort of move fluidly, play into the angles here. Awesome. And then when you're ready, let's take a breath, reaching up to the sky. Fingers can spread and flex back. And then on the exhale, we'll have that hand float forward and then reach it in between sort of your right arm and belly here. And we're going to drop that top shoulder down to the earth. So we're kind of coming into a bit of a twist. And then we're going to inhale, rise back up to the sky, fingers spread and flex back. And exhale, sort of round and twist. And let's do 2 more, breathing in, sort of opening up, and exhaling, coming down. And then 1 more. And coming down to twist. Awesome. From here, let's bring your left hand to the hip, weight into that front leg, and we'll push off. We'll bring that right foot forward, left foot out, come to the other side. So bending into the left knee, bringing that top arm down to rest on the other leg. And with the right hand, we'll inhale, reach out wide to the sky, and then exhale down over the head. Getting straight into freestyling, playing with your fascia here. Again, where's creaky, clunky? Where needs more hydration? Where do you need to move into? So just playing around just for a little bit. Awesome. And then breathing in, reaching up to the sky. And on the exhale, this hand can float forward, down, in through the gap, rounding this top shoulder to the earth into a twist. And then breathing in, this hand floats back up, fingers spread and flex, chest lifts and opens. And exhale, rounding, twisting. We'll do 2 more, breathing in to open and expand. Exhale, twist and empty. And then breathing in, all the fresh and new. And exhaling, twisting. Awesome. We'll bring that right hand to the hip, weight into that front knee, and then just coming back up. We're going to take the feet now both around to facing this side wall, and we'll bring that left knee down towards the earth. So we're in sort of a low lunge. And so let's bring this left hand to the earth. You can bring it, be on your fingertips or the full palm down, your choice. And with the right hand, we're going to inhale, open to the sky. Awesome. And then exhale, let's swap the hands over. So right hand down, left hand open up. And let's do 1 more time each side, twisting. Awesome. Coming down. 1 more. Beauty. Cool. And from here, let's have that tuck the back toes, and we're going to push into the front hands. And we're going to push off, do a rainbow. Both feet coming across to the other side. So that back right knee comes down, right fingertips or palm to the earth. We're going to inhale, left hand float up. Awesome. Exhale, swap the hands over. Inhaling, we'll rise. And exhaling, coming down. Inhaling to rise. Beautiful morning here in Canmore. Exhaling, lovely snow on the mountains outside. Last one. Awesome. Coming down, hands to the earth. Tucking the back toes, weighting into the front. We're going to push off, come up, and let's bring hands to the hips. And then both feet are going to face the front. And then we're going to bend into the left knee, and then come up and bend into the right. And just starting to sort of move a little bit more fluidly, side to side. And then just sort of allowing the torso to lean over. We'll bring the fingertips to the the fingertips to the earth. And just allowing them to float or swish along the earth sort of side to side. And as they do, knowing that your feet can kind of pivot, heels can lift. And just allowing that torso to be as relaxed as possible as we kind of bringing movement to the inner legs, the hips. Awesome. And then just pausing for a moment in neutral. We'll bring both toes facing the front. We'll bring your right fingertips sort of to be on the earth underneath the heart. And then we're going to inhale up with the left hand to the sky. And exhale, we'll swap it over. So left fingertips down, inhaling, rising to the sky, lovely twist. And exhale, coming down. We'll do a few more times. Rising. And exhaling to inhale, rise. And lower. Let's do one more time, each side. Awesome. So last one. Beauty. Coming down. Awesome. So bending into the knees, we'll bring the toes out so they're a bit more 45. So we're kind of in a bit of a sumo squat. We'll take the hands out wide. And then we want to scoop or drag the fingers into the earth as if we're picking up the earth. So holding it in a bowl. And then drawing the belly into the lower spine. Vertebrae by vertebrae, we're just going to allow ourselves to rise up. Holding this bowl. We'll bring it to the heart. In the heart space, we're going to flip the palms, bend into the knees, and we're going to push this earth's essence all the way up into the sky. Awesome. And then just walking the feet in. So the feet are underneath the hips. And then allow the hands to sort of pivot, to sort of face each other, and the earth. And so from the standing position, you can have softness in the knees and hips. And just allow the shoulders to relax away from the ears. And we're just going to keep the hands above the head here for a moment, just sort of with the eyes closed, just taking a few moments to breathe. And then just bringing your awareness into the space between the hands and the earth. And then breathing as many times as you need. We're just going to gently start to sort of lower the hands down in front of the body here. Slowly allowing the hands to sort of compress the substance between the hands and the earth, imagining perhaps it getting stronger, more bright, more dense, as we gently lower this vital life force energy down to eventually hover in front of the belly. So again, it's a standing, spacious spine, open heart, relaxed muscles. And just feeling into the space now between the hands and the belly. And imagining this space to be super nutrient rich, and that your belly button is kind of like a vacuum cleaner. And so as we inhale in through the belly button, we're able to draw in this sort of nutrient rich space lingering outside the body. So breathing in. And then exhaling, we sort of draw it in and just sort of disperse this lovely energy widespread throughout the body. And then breathing in to exhale. And inhaling. And exhaling. Awesome. We can relax the hands down. Maybe give yourself another one of those little shakes of the shoulders, hands, wrists. Awesome. We're going to start making our way now down towards the earth. So bending into the knees, reaching down, inhaling, reaching out wide into the sky. And then tilting from the hips, we're going to stick the butt back, which is naturally going to make us tilt forward versus leaning, moving the torso towards the earth. The butt goes back and the torso naturally dangles to the earth. Just take a moment to relax the torso, relax the hands. Little mini breath or two here. And then bringing fingertips to the earth, we just want to sort of like suction into the finger pads, and sort of as we inhale, we're going to drag onto the finger pads, and we're going to inhale, lift the heart up. And exhale, bend the elbows, just ragdoll down. Do a couple more inhaling, we'll rise. And exhaling to lower. Beauty. One more, breathing in to rise. And exhaling, lowering down. Just a few moments relaxing, dangling here, allowing that crown of the head to fully soften down towards the earth. Let's take one sort of more full torso breaths. Inhale and exhale. You can bend into the knees, and we'll just come down sort of into, it's called dragon egg. So a little bit of a bent knee position here. And you can choose to either have your hands on the earth, or maybe you're wrapping your knees in a hug. Your knees can be a little wider, your choice. And wherever you are, just take a little moment just to tune into a sense of softness, to tune into the space in your surroundings. We'll take one breath in and an exhale. Beauty. And then just bringing hands out towards, it'll be your right, and then just sticking the butt out towards the right. And we are now coming to a seated position. So we'll move now into our mantra part of practice. So pretty exciting. So I'll just get my instruments here. And so for you at home, I recommend sitting somewhere comfy. So basically how you're sitting doesn't really matter, just trying to make it as comfortable as possible. And knowing that wherever you're sitting, you can move as much as you need. So you can have your legs crossed, maybe with some couch pillows underneath your knees. Maybe you have your knees resting on the earth. Maybe the knees are off to one side. Maybe you're straddling the seat, or maybe you're on a couch or something else. Whatever, again, that feels good for you. And remembering we're made of sort of delicious flesh and tissue, not stone. So you're welcome to sort of move your legs as much as you need. Awesome. So this here is called a harmonium. It's a sacred instrument from India. And so I'm going to use it just to provide a bit of ocean of sound is what it's called for our voices to kind of go into. Awesome. So as I mentioned, today might be a bit of mantra surprise for many of you. And so again, just inviting you to sort of be open to giving it a whirl and just seeing how does this mantra practice, we're supposedly making the different sounds, nourishes different areas of your body. How does this practice actually make you feel? So just being curious. Awesome. And so as we move for our sound practice today, just noting that, you know, maybe sometimes when we're chanting, maybe you're daydreaming, maybe you're like worried about whether you're doing it right, feeling scared, all this sort of stuff. All cool. So whatever your experience is how it's meant to be going down. And sound is a real thing. It really holds a vibration, which vibration holds, you know, frequencies, light, all sorts of other things. And so regardless of how you're feeling, just trusting in the fact that the sounds will be doing their magic, just like they would be as we were like releasing tension in some of our physical postures earlier. Awesome. So we'll just take a moment to settle into our seats. And so maybe nestling those sit bones a bit more into the earth, kind of like how we did it with our feet when we were in standing. And then we'll bring that breath in and bring space to the spine, openness to the front of the chest, and then allowing everything else to relax. And so in a dream world, we hold this openness in the spine and the chest. But, you know, you may find yourself starting to slouch, and that's okay. Just seeing if you can sort of tune into the essence of feeling this openness. Maybe feeling it, not necessarily being in that open position in reality. So we'll just take a moment to close the eyes. And then let's just bring your awareness down towards the tailbone, sort of the pelvic floor area. And just imagining that this area has nostrils and that you can actually start your breath from here. So breathing in sort of from this tailbone, pelvic floor area, we're going to breathe in the earth's energy. And then the exhale, we're going to sort of deposit it into the heart. So we'll do 2 more like that. So breathing in through the base of the spine, drawing that earth's essence up, and exhaling into the heart. Remembering sometimes we need to play a bit of make-believe to make belief. So imagination, totally a valid tool here. 1 more, breathing in and exhaling. Awesome. We'll bring some softness to the top of the head, some awareness to the top of the head. And And then again, let's imagine that the top of the head here has nostrils. And so we'll take a breath from the top of the head, drawing in the sky energy this time, bringing it all the way in, and then depositing it into the heart. Couple more, breathing in through the top of the head to exhale into the heart, connecting with the sky energies above. One more, and exhaling. Beauty. So you can bring a bit of a wiggle to the jaw. Again, you might feel creaks and clunks, so a lot of neural pathways start here, so good to release tension here. And then we're going to start with our first sound, our mantra sound. And this sound is the sound. So literally lips are together and it's just like something tastes good. Now this sound is just for you. So you're expressing the sound purely for you, so it can be as quiet or as loud as you like. And this sound is a very healing, very grounding sound, very nourishing. So when you're ready, it'll go a little like this, and feeling free to join in as you please. And just repeating the sound, big breath in between each time. And even as I'm speaking, just continuing to do this sound in your own time. And as you're doing this sound, just seeing, can you start to feel a subtle vibration in the lips, a little bit of a rumble in the lips? Maybe in the teeth, if you close your teeth together, can you feel a little bit of a rumble in the teeth? And let's see, can we bring this sort of rumble and bring it in towards the head? So the sound, can you start to into the head space and bring a bit of rumble or vibration so that you can feel it anywhere in the head space? Again, continuing to even as I speak in your own breath sequence. And just imagining that if you're feeling this rumble in your head, or maybe you just need to imagine you can feel a rumble in your head, imagine that it's starting to melt away the worries, any worries you might be having, whether that's concerns for what you're up to right now, or perhaps it's the day or from the week, just being. Imagining yourself sort of melting away any worries, perhaps, expressing yourself, whether here in this practice, or maybe it's in a conversation, or in a relationship, or in your workplace with ideas, or anything like this. So just imagining that you're able to dissolve these worries with this sound. Beauty, continuing. Awesome, and slowly as you're ready, just starting to see, can you bring that sound to sort of resonate or vibrate in the heart space. So it can be challenging. Maybe you even want to place your hand on the heart and just see, can you feel a subtle rumble here? And if you're starting to feel a bit more energy or aliveness or movement in the heart, remembering you're bringing in this very soothing, healing sound. So as you're imming here, you're just bringing these very calming, sort of soothing sounds to the heart space, just letting yourself know that everything is okay, that this is the home of your spirit. So just starting to connect there, rumble the spirit a little bit alive. And as you're imming to the heart, noting that your blood is flowing through the heart, and as the blood flows through the heart, it's picking up on this sound, taking that vibration with it and starting to circulate it throughout the rest of your body. Bringing this widespread sense of calm and sort of soothing energy to the whole body, like you're fully safe doing exactly what you're doing as you're doing it right here, right now. Beauty. We'll move into a new sound, the ah sound. So this sound is literally just ah, so A. And what we do is we have the jaw really relaxed, so the mouth is nice and open. And this ah sound, it's like it's coming from the very gutters of your throat. So the ah comes from the gutters and kind of just effortlessly sort of flows out the mouth. And so whenever your breath ends, you just take a breath and start ahhing again. We don't need to be doing this ah sound in time. Relaxing the jaw, just really trying to allow the sound to flow out smoothly. This sound, the ah sound, is a sound that helps us bring in more awareness into ourselves of who we are. Because if we know more who we are, we're more able to be who we are. Feeling free to bring a bit more volume, perhaps. Again, relaxing that jaw as you make the ah sound. And as you're making that sound, just noting to yourself, where are you still holding back? Where are you still limiting yourself? What needs to release for you to more fully express yourself? We'll do 3 more. more. Relaxing the shoulders, last one. And beauty, will just sit for a moment, just eyes closed, feeling free to move your legs around, move the shoulders, or perhaps you want to grab a glass of water or a sip of water. And then just coming back to seated in relative stillness, remembering you can move whenever you like. And this next sound we're going to do, we're actually going to do it 50 times. And we're going to do it 50 times into 50 different areas of the body. And so basically we're bringing in this very high potent sound that has a very positive frequency or vibration. And we're depositing it into different areas of the body so that it kind of lingers there. And as it lingers there, it sort of transmutes the frequency of the space that it surrounds and the tissues and the fluids and all of the things that make up us that are sort of hanging out in this space. Remembering our bodies are made up of almost all space. So we'll bring this high vibe sound current into the space that makes up us and allow it to slowly sort of give ourselves like a healing sound bath where it's going to transmute the tissues, even our thoughts and beliefs, to sort of match this frequency and positive vibes or positive frequencies associated with better health, better mood, and for in our instance today, sort of more confidence, more clarity, more awareness of who we are, again, so we can be who we are. And so the sound we're going to make is the doom sound. So doom, it kind of sounds like, oh, doom and gloom. It's the exact opposite. It's a very positive sound. But it begins with D, so do, and then like do, and then M, so the lips close, so doom. And as the lips close for the M, the tongue floats up and smothers the roof of the mouth. So it goes a little bit like this. So I'll do it again, breathing in. So my lips close and the tongue floats up. Awesome. So this sound is associated with bringing in sort of more strength and courage to sort of be ourselves, to sort of lean into love versus fear in our pursuit of doing just that. So closing the eyes and just coming to a comfy seat. And then let's just take a moment to imagine yourself more fully expressing yourself. So it could be in a particular event, or maybe it's just in general in life. So just imagining yourself feeling more open, a more expressed or fuller expressed version of yourself. With more confidence, perhaps, more sharing, or more celebration, perhaps wearing some of those wild clothes you haven't worn but you really want to, or anything, saying what it is you want to say, sharing what it is you want to share. So just imagining yourself doing that. And then we're going to do this sound current 50 times, 50 parts of the body, to help give us the strength and courage to sort of realize this vision. So when you're ready, we'll bring our attention to the top of the head and we'll inhale and take a doom sound there. Doom. Bring your attention to the forehead, or inhale for the doom sound here. To the right eyeball. To the left eyeball. To the right ear. To the left ear. To the right nostril. So remembering lips closed, tongue floats and smothers the roof of the mouth. Left nostril. To the upper lip. To the lower lip. Beautiful upper teeth. Lower teeth. The roof of the mouth. The bowl of the mouth. Beauty. So we'll start moving now into the arms that are now allow us to reach for things, pull things in close, as well as let things go. So to the right shoulder. To the right elbow. Right wrist. Right base of fingers. Right tip of fingers. Left shoulder. Left elbow. Beauty. Left wrist. Awesome. Left base of fingers. Left tippy fingers. Beauty. We'll move into the legs that enable us to move, sort of stand tall and hold our ground. To the right hip. Right knee. Right base of, or right ankle. To the right base of toes. Right tippy toes. Beauty. So allowing yourself to really relax into the sound, the left hip. Left knee. Left ankle. Left base of toes. Left tippy toes. Beautiful. Moving into the core, the home of our vital organs and energetic or life force energy storehouse. To the right side of the abdomen. To the left abdomen. To the lower back. To the belly button. To the lower belly. Beautiful. Moving into our fluids to the plasma. To our blood cells. To our muscles. To our beautiful fat tissue. To our bones. To our nervous system tissue. To our reproductive tissue. To our spirit, the thing that makes us alive. And to our mind, our sense of self. Beautiful. And then just bringing your awareness now to absolutely everything that makes up you. So all the tissues, all the fluids, all the space, even the thoughts. And we're just going to do 3 more of these very sort of strengthening, courage-boosting sounds to all that makes up ourself, to help us more able to really be ourselves, to express ourselves more fully and openly in this world. So breathing in. Again. Last one. So lips closed, tongue sort of smothered up in the top of the mouth, filling that full cathedral bowl or dome there. And just keeping the eyes closed. And just reconnecting to that spacious spine, that open heart, that relaxed body. And just taking a moment to feel. Again, to feel into your surroundings, the space touching you. all the spaces within you. And then just starting to feel into space in general, just all of the space, whether it's you or around you, just feeling into space. Just feeling, or maybe imagining into being you, just that more confident, fuller expression of yourself, perhaps returning to that vision that you see for yourself, more fully emerged. And then just imagining yourself having full strength to be yourself, that you feel fully empowered to sort of honor yourself by being yourself. So just feeling into this strength, this confidence, this beauty that is you. Just sit for a moment in silence. We'll bring a breath into the belly, maybe a big sigh out the mouth. Bringing in another breath and big sigh. You can we'll keep hands maybe open on your upper legs out in front, or perhaps bring palms together, thumbs to rest on the sternum at heart center. Take a moment to thank yourself for doing whatever it took today to come here, to give a little back, to nourish yourself, your physical body, your mental body, your emotional body. So not only thanking yourself for showing up, but for having the willingness and courage to do so. I'm just thanking you all for joining me here for this practice, hoping you're feeling a little bit more connected in with yourselves, a little bit more strengthened to be yourselves. And we'll seal in the goodness of this practice with a group Om. So when you're ready, we'll take an inhale. We'll sync the breaths first. So inhaling to sync the breath. And exhale. And then sealing in the goodness of this practice with the Om sound. The light and awesomeness in me 100% sees the light and awesomeness within you. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Jess. That was amazing. I actually got to do a little bit of the session this morning. Are we still live, Brian? Yeah, okay, just checking. So I just want to say thank you so much for that. It was wonderful, and we're so happy that you were able to join us today, you and your little baby bumps. Yes, it's nice. Going to be nice to see that growing over the next few months. So just to check in, we're going to be doing our next session starting at 10:30, which is with me. It's called Elevate Your Immunity for COVID and Beyond. We're going to have a little bit of a 10-minute break Just to let you know, we're going to do a draw with each session for a free pass for Thrive for 2021. So if you email us, if you were attendant to the session with Jess this morning, send us an email at thrivefestivalcanmore@gmail.com, and we will put your name into a draw to win a free pass. So you're only going to have a chance to win if you're in attendance for each of the sessions. So please send us an email, let us know. Also, for questions for each session for today, we'll have 10 minutes at the end for any questions that you might have. Sorry, Jess, I'm guessing people didn't have a lot of questions. We did post it on the YouTube channel to let us know. But yeah, that's great. I'm really happy to see all of you, and we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes.
Awesome. Have a great morning, team. Enjoy the rest of the festival. Thanks, guys.
Welcome back, everyone, to our Thrive Health and Wellness Festival 2020. Again, we apologize for the technical difficulties on starting up this morning, but this is all new to us, so we're trying to figure it out as we go along, like everything else going on in the world right now. So welcome, and if you're joining us now for the first time, my name is Dr. Cheryl Cooper. I'm one of the founders of Thrive Health and Wellness Festival here in beautiful Canmore, Alberta, coming to you from the Malcolm Hotel, which again is a gorgeous new hotel in our community, and they have been more than generous to give us the space for the Thrive Health and Wellness Festival for the last few years, including today. It's a beautiful day here in Canmore, and I know there's people coming to us from far and wide, lots of people from locally, as well as I know from the other side of the country, and maybe even beyond that. So I am going to be talking today about immune system health, immune strategies for COVID and beyond. And I'm excited to be able to talk to you guys about this today. I know all of this stuff that's going on in the world right now, it's really challenging in so many ways for everyone. We're all in this together. One of the reasons why I chose the theme emerging for this festival is because I think it's easy when we're all going through difficult experiences and challenging times to just go into that place of darkness and not feeling really good about what's happening. I think that we need to keep our eye on the light at the end of the tunnel. I know we don't see where that light actually is right now, but I think that we need to give some thought to, how we can think about coming out of this. And like every situation that is chock full of adversity and bad things happening, something good will come of this. And here we are bringing Thrive to you virtually, which is a good thing for us. We've been wanting to do that and record our sessions so that we can put them up on our YouTube channel, and now it's happening. So thanks to Brian White, who's our guy from Bow Media, helping us out today, and then also to Brittany, who is one of our Thrive team members, and we're just so excited to be here today. So I hope everybody can see my screen now. You can see the opening screen, Elevate Your Immunity for COVID and Beyond. So welcome, everyone. I'll just skip to the next slide so that I can talk to you about what our plan is. So what is our plan for today? We're going to talk a little bit about the immune system. Part of what I do and what I love to do is educating people about our bodies. We live in our bodies. We are in our bodies 24/7 from the moment we're conceived to the moment that we leave this planet. So it's good for us to know a little bit about what's going on the inside. So I want to talk a little bit about that. I'm going to talk about prevention versus cure model of medicine, just so that you understand a little bit of the difference. And as a naturopathic doctor, I am very aligned with the medical system. I believe in integrative medicine. That's why my business is called Vital Life Integrative Medicine. I think we all need to work together, and we all have something valuable to offer. So prevention is a little bit more aligned with what I do as a naturopathic doctor, but cure is also something that sometimes we just need when we're in a situation where our health is not optimal and we need to come up with some shorter term solutions. There are other things that I want to discuss about our immune system, factors that affect our immune system, some of the things that are going to be able to help to support your immune system. And again, I'm talking about some of the things for COVID, but these are strategies that you can use also beyond COVID as well. And then at the end, I'm going to talk about some things a little more specific to COVID-19. So let's talk about prevention versus cure. So prevention as a model of medicine is about trying to prevent getting sick versus treating an illness once it happens. And there's a bunch of factors that our body does in the preventative side of things. It means that we are taking steps to actually support our body's natural defense system. And then it also decreases our chances of developing illness, but also helps us to recover more quickly should we become ill. On the curative side, this is a little bit of a non-supportive model of immune defense. It sort of gives the body support once it's sick and then helps it to get back on track. So it just is taking action after the fact. It's a little bit more reactive versus proactive. And the thing about the curative model is it's more likely to result in an ongoing illness, just because a lot of times in a curative model, we're not dealing with the root cause of the problem. We're actually just addressing symptoms. So it's just a bit of a different way of looking at our immune system and the preventative versus curative models. What is our immune system? What is our immune system made up of? So, and what does it do for us? So it protects our body against unwanted intruders, bacterial, viral, fungal, yeast, toxins, foreign bodies. These are all things that will assault our body at different times and potentially cause our body to break down in terms of our function. So a healthy immune system will recognize some of these intruders and it will destroy and eliminate them. An unhealthy immune system can't mount a healthy defense against intruders, and then it results in illness. The immune system also provides a lot of different mechanisms to help to protect us. So we're going to talk about some of those mechanisms. So we've got 3 different lines of defense in our immune system. We've got our first line of defense, which are the barriers, the skin, the hair, and the mucous membranes. We all have those. They all help to protect us. The next line of defense in our body are more like the secretions. So the saliva, the sweat, the tears, the hydrochloric acid in your stomach, the enzymes that help to digest protein that will, if you do happen to ingest bacteria, say in some food that might be contaminated with salmonella, that will help to break it down so that it doesn't make you sick. Sometimes it does, but sometimes the body is able to actually handle that on its own just by breaking it down. Our third line of defense is our immune cell response. So our immune cell response can vary in the body. We have a bunch of different immune cells that work in the body that help to protect us. They travel through our bloodstream and our lymph vessels and go into different tissues in the body to help defend our body against these potential intruders. It also mounts different responses in the body. So a fever, swelling, destruction and elimination of different tissues that may be affected by those intruders, and then producing antibodies ultimately to give us more protection should we be exposed to those intruders in the future. Let's talk about the fever. Fever is really interesting because a lot of times, I'm a mom, I've got 3 kids, and when my kids were younger, they struggled with a lot of different health issues, ear infections, colds, that kind of thing, some of the usual stuff that kids deal with. But it was always a little bit of a conundrum for me to figure out how to treat them when they had a fever. And so what I tried to find is a happy balance between supporting a fever and giving them something that might help them to feel better or sleep. So a fever is our body's attempt to fight off intruders. Our normal body temperature can range between, say, 34 and 36 degrees. But when you suppress a fever, what happens is a lot of these intruders will actually manifest more rapidly at body temperature because they're smart, right? These bacterial, viral infections, fungal infections are very smart, and they get into our body and they want to rapidly replicate as rapidly as they possibly can because that's how they survive. And so one of the things that we want to do is we want to try to support a fever versus suppress a fever. And, you know, there's some caveats to that as well. You need to be very careful that, you know, a temperature that's lasting for longer than 3 days should actually be seen by a medical practitioner. And also a fever above 103 should also be treated. So just to keep in mind that those are some parameters where you could potentially support a fever versus suppressing a fever. And there's lots of great ways to support a fever. You know, tepid baths with peppermint oil is a really good way to help to cool the body down. You know, just putting cool cloths on your body just to help the body to be able to cool down. Believe it or not, wrapping yourself up in warm blankets sometimes helps to support the fever and just to give your body that support that it needs to be able to break whatever that bacterial or viral or whatever other type of infection might be happening. So what is inflammation? Inflammation acutely can save your lives, but chronically can actually kill you, because chronic inflammation leads to the breakdown of other tissues in the body. But acutely, inflammation actually helps the body. Its lymphatic tissue will secrete fluids with the immune system cells to mount a defense against intruders, infection, anything else like that. An injury, it helps to stop bleeding because your lymphocytes and your platelets are in there. So it is a good thing, inflammation in the short term, but long term, it definitely can cause other problems. It's linked to chronic illnesses like diabetes, heart disease, arthritis, and it definitely results in the overproduction of free radicals in the body, which isn't good, because when you get a lot of free radicals circulating in the body, it actually causes a lot of damage to the other tissues. So you definitely don't want to have a lot of free radicals happening. There are two kinds of immunity in the body. There's our innate immunity, which is what we're born with, and then there's our acquired immunity, which is what develops after birth and develops in response to foreign invaders and other types of microbial infections and that kind of thing. So it's not specific. It's really more like the barriers and the secretions and those kinds of things. Our intestinal flora plays an important role in that. And it's a very non-specific response to any type of intruder in the body. What's happening on the acquired side is this develops after birth. So when you get sick and you develop an illness of some sort, our body mounts a specific response to those types of, and it develops antibodies to help to protect us. So when you've had, certain type of flu, this is the premise on which vaccinations work. It basically exposes you to whatever the bacterial or viral infection might be, and then it helps your body to mount an antibody defense, so that if you're exposed to that in the future, then it will help your body to fight it off. Hopefully we'll have something for COVID sometime in the next, who knows how long. They keep saying that it's coming, but we don't know, which is why it's important to protect yourself and try to do what you can to support your immune system. What's included with on the acquired immunity side are the lymphocytes and the bone that are produced in the bone marrow, and the thymus gland, which produces your T cells. So what are some of the factors that affect your immune function? Definitely sleep. Sleep is so crucial. And I think some of my past patients have joined us today, and they will definitely attest to the fact that that sleep is a really, really important thing when I'm working with patients. I try to ensure that they're sleeping really, really well for generally 7 to 9 hours a night. Most people do need between 7 and 9 hours. I think there are definitely those that need less than 7 to 9 hours, but I think generally speaking, people who survive on less than 7 hours are just doing just that, they're surviving, or they're, kind of in denial about the fact that they don't need as much sleep. So, and, definitely we've had some mattress issues lately ourselves, and so I haven't been sleeping really well, and I can feel it. It's definitely affecting me, and I just want to get back to my 7 to 9 hours just to make sure that I'm sleeping well and staying healthy. Diet is another important factor with our immune system. Things like, there are very clearly things that suppress the immune system, sugar being one of them. Drinking too much coffee is another one. I think that trying to make sure that you're eating a well-balanced diet, and I'm not obsessive about diet. I think that it's good to have that balance and to be able to go out sometimes and just enjoy whatever you want. But I think as long as you're eating a diet that is good quality meat, preferably organic or grass-fed, locally sourced as much as you possibly can. Fruits and vegetables, whole grains. I think if that makes up 80% of your diet, 20% of the time you can just do whatever else you want. But yeah, definitely watch the sugar, because the sugar is one of the main culprits that really affect our immune function. And Halloween is definitely notorious for, the kids going out and collecting all these candies. And then, after Halloween, everybody starts to get sick. Of course, I think there's a temperature change happening as well with the change of weather. And we're going to talk about change of season soup a little bit later, but definitely important to keep in mind that your diet will impact your immune function. Stress is another factor. When your body is producing a lot of the hormones in response to stress, it definitely impacts your immune system and can suppress your immune function. Adrenaline, cortisol, those are the two main hormones that our body produces in response to stress. And when those hormones are circulating in our body on a regular basis, it definitely impacts and suppresses our immune system. So it's really, really important to check in with your stress levels. Make sure that if you're stressing about something, that you're definitely doing things to help either mitigate the stress or change your perspective on the stress to ensure that you're not continuously producing these hormones, which can be very damaging to the body in other ways too. But yeah, long-term stress is not good. Toxins, so a lot of toxins we build up from our environment, from our food, from different sources in our life, basically. They can build up in our liver, which will impair our liver function. I think it's important to do regular detoxification. Again, another one of those things that I talk to my patients about all the time. So doing some sort of a cleanse for your liver, colon, and overall through your body is a good thing to be doing. And I usually recommend doing it twice a year. Spring and fall are usually the best times to do some sort of a cleanse, but yeah, I think anytime you can do it. And there's no, again, strict parameters on what that has to be. But again, it's like taking out the garbage. You just got to get rid of all of that stuff that builds up every so often and get it out, because out is in many ways better than, well, in most ways better than in. pH levels, your body's pH levels actually do impact how everything in your system functions. It's all about biochemistry. And so your pH levels optimally should range between 6.5 and 7.5 would be the optimal range, and that's more of a neutral, or maybe trending a little bit more towards the alkaline side. So more towards the 8s, or pushing the scale kind of that direction, more towards the alkaline side. It's easy to test. You can use pH strips. You can buy them, actually. Most health food stores, actually pharmacies will have them as well. And you can just buy the strips and test your saliva. Usually I suggest doing it first thing in the morning before anything else has touched your mouth, because that will give you a more true reading. You can also do urinary pH as well, but just be consistent. Do it at the same time every day, check it, and just make sure. If you're more acidic, that's where the problems start to arise. So definitely you want to get away. A lot of people tend to ride on the acidic side just because a lot of the factors in our environment and our diet impact pH. So check your pH, see how it is, and see if you can get that to balance out a little better. That'll help to support your immune system. Exposure, of course, with COVID going on right now, we have to just be careful how we're, contacting other people, whatever your belief system is, because I know, there's lots of people that are ranging on different sides of the spectrum in terms of what they believe as far as what's happening with COVID-19. But the reality is it's happening. And personally, I don't want to be responsible for causing someone else to get sick. So I'm trying to be respectful of the other people out there. And, it is a little bit of a domino effect, right? So I might make, someone that's perfectly healthy sick, that's going to recover fine. But if they come into contact with someone that's immunocompromised or elderly and they get sick, then, I would feel personally responsible. So that's where I stand with it. I don't know where you stand, but it's okay. The reality is it's happening, and, we should be doing what we can, not just to protect ourselves, but to protect other people. So again, and if people are sick, stay home, whether it's COVID-19 or whether it's, a cold or a flu, or you're starting to just feel like you're coming down with something. It's probably best just stay home until you feel better. And that way you're going to not make everybody else sick. Exercise, of course, again, one of those things that I talk to with my patients all the time, just getting out and moving. It doesn't have to be running a marathon. It can be just going out for a walk outdoors. I think lots of people are spending a lot more time outdoors these days, which is great. I think it's good for us for a lot of reasons to be outside. And at some point, hopefully we can show you how beautiful it is here, because we've got the gorgeous Rocky Mountains right there, and they're all covered in snow today. It's absolutely beautiful out there right now. And, maybe you think the snow is a little soon, but it is really beautiful today. So get outside. We've had record numbers of people coming out to our trails and just hiking and biking and trying to do things outside. So outside is a good place to be. I think Brian's going to show you a little shot of what it looks like outside right now. And hopefully that'll tempt you to come and visit us. So fluid intake, again, drinking lots of water, herbal teas, coffee and beer don't count. So sorry. But water, herbal teas, anything that doesn't have sugar or caffeine is going to help to replenish your body fluids. Our bodies are 70% water. And again, another one of those things that I talk to my patients about all the time is keeping yourself hydrated. If your body is dehydrated, it's sludgy and swampy and nothing functions as well as it should. So you need to drink fluid to keep your system hydrated, especially here in Alberta. It's so dry. I just feel like I'm shriveling up like a prune most of the time. So I have to drink lots and lots of water and herbal teas. On that note, I will take a sip of my tea. So age, of course, as we age, our immune system function will definitely decline, unfortunately. It's one of those things. Pre-existing illness or congenital disorders will sometimes also impact our immune function. But yeah, it's more important right now with COVID-19 that people over 70 are being more careful about a lot of these things and not putting themselves at risk. Flora imbalance, we're going to talk about that. It's really, really important, and it's something that I want to make sure that we discuss in more detail. So we're going to talk about that. And then drug use. So if you're constantly taking, you know, and I get it, sometimes when you're dealing with pain or you have infections and that kind of thing, it's necessary. But if you're taking any type of medication on a regular basis, it can affect your immune function. So just be mindful of that you don't want to be overtaking things if you don't have to. And, you know, the same thing actually applies to non-prescription drugs. So Tylenol, Advil, those kinds of things, which again, I know if you're in pain, you need something to help you, but it's good to try to keep those things to a minimal. Also, things like marijuana and other drugs, alcohol can also impact your immune function. So just watch those things and make sure you're not doing anything too excessively. Dietary factors, so just talking about some of those other dietary factors that will affect your immune function. Sugar, wheat, dairy. Dairy is very mucus producing in the body. I think that it's something that you should try to keep to a minimum for sure. Highly processed, genetically engineered foods, saturated trans fats, non-organic, non-local. Again, nothing new there. I think those are all things that most of you probably already know. And so the things that you can do to help support your immune system, I talked about fresh fruits and vegetables, whole grains, unprocessed foods. Try to hang out in the periphery of your grocery store and not in the aisles. You're spending most of your time in the aisles, you're getting processed foods. So try to hang out on the outside aisles of the grocery store. That's where most of the fresh food lives. And that's going to be the stuff that'll be better for you overall. Non-genetically engineered foods. I have been on this for many years, probably since before many people even knew what genetically engineered foods are. I don't know. There's a lot of controversy about it. I just feel like it's a good idea to stay away from things that are engineered by who knows who. Unsaturated fats are a good thing, so you want to include those in your diet. They help with mucous membranes and different types of molecules that are produced in the body that can be very beneficial. Brain function definitely depends on good fats, so eat lots of good and unsaturated fats in your diet. Fiber is important, kind of keeps things moving. It's definitely good for lots of different reasons, and it can help with high cholesterol, so definitely including fiber in your diet is important. In addition to good quality animal proteins, if you're a vegetarian, lots of plant proteins are also very good, so definitely making sure you're getting those good quality proteins there as well. Green foods, so things like spirulina, are really, really good for you and good to include in your diet. And then, of course, organic and local as much as you can. It's not always easy. You know, it's much easier in the summer when we have farmers markets and things like that. Not a whole lot of that happening this year either. A few here and there, but definitely different than it has been. But trying to get organic as much as you can, especially freezing it for the winter, I think is a good strategy as well. And then local, because it's always nice to support our local farmers and businesses. So pH levels, I just mentioned that earlier. Optimal levels, 6.5 to 7.5. Lots of foods will affect your pH levels as well. So you'll see on that chart on the side, there's a pH levels chart, different foods and how they affect whether you're alkalinizing or acidifying the body. And outside of that range, outside of the 6.5 to 7.5 range, you're more susceptible to illness. So I just want to reiterate, if you have questions, please send them. thrivefestivalcanmore@gmail.com. I will be answering questions at the end. So please send us your questions, and Brittany's going to help us out with that at the end of the session. So exposure, of course, if someone you know is sick or you're sick, stay home. Wash your hands. We've heard it many, many times. You need to, wash with soap or use hand sanitizer. I know it's gone totally crazy out there, making sure, but yes, proper hand washing definitely helps. There are areas where I think wearing a mask is a really good idea. So definitely trying to wear a mask in places where you're going to be around other people, especially people that are outside of your bubble. And then it just, helps to minimize exposure to yourself and to others. So mostly for fluid intake, I mentioned also just water, herbal teas. Those are the things that are most beneficial. 1.5 to 2 liters of fluids a day is more or less what we need as an adult. And just so you know, excessive caffeine intake can affect your endocrine system function because it causes your body to excrete magnesium. And magnesium is a very common deficiency. It's one that we see really a lot in our practices as naturopathic doctors, and it's not prevalent in our diet because of the way that we're farming crops and things these days. It's not required to put magnesium back into the soil before you're growing another crop. So a lot of the foods we eat these days are depleted in magnesium. And then green tea can be good. It's a very good antioxidant. It helps to deal with some of those free radicals that might be floating around in your body. And it could have an immune enhancing effect as well. And I know there's caffeine in that. So again, everything in moderation. Okay, so let's get into the floral imbalance. So definitely lots and lots of things here that are important to make note of for our immune system function. There are good bacteria in our gut. This is probably not news to any of you. Naturopathic doctors have been talking about probiotics for years, many, many years, like 20 years. I studied in the year 2000, so yeah, and we're talking about probiotics well before then. So some of the other medical practices and areas of health have kind of jumped on the probiotic bandwagon now, but we definitely know lots about probiotics and gut bacteria. So just a slide to help you understand your gut microbiome a little bit better, which is another name for the flora in your digestive tract. There are trillions, hundreds of trillions of bacteria and other microorganisms circulating around in our digestive tract. And I know that sounds kind of creepy, but it's there, and it's there for good reason, especially when you've got lots of the good and not so much of the bad. And there are both. There we go. So different factors that will affect your gut ecosystem. Breastfeeding, definitely, versus bottle feeding can be beneficial because the baby is getting some of those good bacteria from the mother. C-section definitely can impact that because babies are given their first exposure to the good bacteria when they're born naturally versus by C-section. Overwashing can be good, is not always good for kids. I know some people, think that having your kids really clean and protected from dirt and bacteria is a good thing. But actually, when my kids were little, they used to sit in the middle of the puddle and play in the dirt and do all that. That's a good thing. And it's good for all of us. I think it's good for all of us to be in the dirt and gardening and doing all of those good things. Stress definitely can impact that in the same way that it affects us with the hormones, with the cortisol and the adrenaline circulating through the body. That's impacting the baby as well when woman is pregnant. So definitely that stress can be impactful on the baby and the good bacteria that the baby will get from the mom. Lifestyle, so again, stress, sleep, physical inactivity, all will impact your gut flora, believe it or not. Food, so processed diet, insufficient phytonutrients and probiotics, prebiotics, which we'll talk about as well. The environmental stuff, exposure to toxins, medication, alcohol, and infections can all impact how our gut functions. So probiotics, what are some of the good things about probiotics that help our body? So again, it is very important. It adds a layer of protection in our digestive system. If you think about how our digestive system works, we're eating food, it's nutrients. It's again, back to the biochemistry. You're getting those nutrients into your digestive tract, and then they're going to be broken down through your stomach, through the enzymes and things that are all working to help break those foods down into their individual nutrients. Those nutrients are then going to get transported to your small intestine, where they're going to get absorbed into the bloodstream and into the body. If those bacteria are not balanced, you're not going to be absorbing those nutrients as well as you could. So it's really important to make sure that your bacteria balance in your gut is there, so it helps with the absorption of a lot of these nutrients. The flip side of that is when you don't have any of the good bacteria, your gut is susceptible to something called leaky gut syndrome, which means that the mucosa on the small intestine has been worn away, leaving the very base. It's like when you have a burn and your skin is exposed to the air and everything is getting in there, you're more likely to get an infection. When that good bacteria layer is worn away in your small intestine, it exposes your gut to absorption of things that are not good, and the molecules are not going to get broken down properly. You're going to get absorption of large molecules, which can lead to allergies and other types of infections and all kinds of problems. And that's a whole other topic for us to discuss, but it is really, really, really important. It helps to protect against some of the pathogens that we're exposed to, toxins, infections, all kinds of other potential disease factors. It helps with keeping everything moving in our digestive tract. So regular bowel movements, that's a topic, but it's important to keep everything functioning well as far as your digestive function goes. It also helps to stimulate proper bile secretion and gastric secretions in the body. All of these things tie together. It's also, as I was talking about the small intestine, it's the gatekeeper to what's allowed into our bodies. And it does play an important role in our immune system. So in terms of immune system modulation, the IgA and IgG immune cells, the B cells, the T cells, and the inflammatory response all hinge on how the bacteria is balanced in our body. And then it also helps with the production of some important nutrients in the body, the K vitamins, the enzymes, the B vitamins, and SCFA butyrate are all important. So here are some microbiome friendly foods. So just so everybody knows, if you want a copy of this presentation, I will be very happy to send it to you. Please send me an email or send an email to thrivefestivalcanmore@gmail.com. Also a reminder that we will also be taking questions at the end of my presentation. So if you have any questions, definitely let me know. And also at the end of the presentation, if you send us an email to let us know that you were in attendance for this presentation, we're doing a draw for each session today for a free pass for Thrive 2021. So if you're present and you want an opportunity to win a pass for next year, definitely send me or send us your email and we will put you into the draw. So the next slide just kind of shows you a little more on how the small intestine protects against pathogens. So it provides a barrier for these bad invaders to get into the body. It helps to produce some of the immune system cells. It stops bad bacteria from entering and helps to break them down and kill them off. It definitely helps with just keeping everything in our immune system functioning better. Drug use, again, I did talk about that, how recreational and pharmaceutical drugs can suppress the immune system. Antibiotics are particularly disruptive to the gut flora, so it's really, really important to make sure that your gut flora is balanced after you've taken an antibiotic. And we'll talk about what a probiotic supplement looks like. I'm going to just go back to this previous slide. So on this slide, I didn't talk about it very much, but there are lots of microbiome-friendly foods that you can eat, and just making sure you're including some of those in the diet. And they help with both probiotic and prebiotic replenishment in your gut. So definitely include some of those, and let me know if you want that the presentation. I'm happy to send it to you. Age, again, I love that quote. Inside every old person is a young person wondering what happened. Yes, it's happening. I have to say, after hitting the age of 50, I have definitely noticed some changes in the way that my body functions. So it does happen, and immune system in particular, immune function does decrease as we age. So what we do earlier on in our life will impact how our health is later on. So make good choices. Immune boosting activities. Darn it. I have a skin brush at home. I was going to actually show you guys how to do skin brushing. But basically it's just a natural bristle brush. It's shaped a little bit like I don't know, an ice cream cone maybe. And you just basically brush the skin from the periphery to the core. Your lymphatic system all drains into your heart. So you want to use that skin brush to help push the lymphatics all the way up from your periphery. So starting at your hands and feet towards your heart. And all that does is it helps to stimulate lymphatic flow, which helps to clear toxins and stimulate immune system production. So that's definitely a good thing. Contrast showers. So the whole principle of hot and cold, Nordic spas have been doing it for years. And that whole principle basically is, you go for a warm shower, steam, or sauna, and then you jump into a cold shower or body of water if there's one close by. So the idea is you can actually do that in your shower by having your shower, doing the regular things that you do, and then at the end of your shower, you turn the water up a little warmer than you would normally have it, stand in that for about a minute, and then turn it down. And again, you don't have to freeze yourself, just turn it down a little bit, and that will help to stimulate a little more circulation and help to stimulate your immune system function. Managing your stress, eating whole, organic, local foods as much as you possibly can, maintaining your pH between 6.5 and 7.5. And again, you can buy those little litmus strips at the health food store or the pharmacy. Sleeping 7 to 9 hours a night, detoxifying and making sure you're integrating, rebalancing, integrating self-care into your daily routine. It's so important. Exercise, get outside, get some fresh air, laugh often and love much. Those are both key to helping us to be happier and healthier. So what are some of the nutrients that help boost your immune system function? Vitamin A, vitamin B6, vitamin C, vitamin E, vitamin D, magnesium, selenium, zinc, CoQ10, glutathione, which is a powerful antioxidant in the body, and DHEA. All of these different nutrients have the ability to help to support immune function. And a little later, I'm going to tell you all what I'm taking every day to help to support my immune function. Some immunomodulators. So these are medicinal mushrooms and herbs that help to support your immune function and help to improve your immune function. Beta-sterolins are plant-based nutrients. They're found in most plants, especially fatty plants. So they're a little harder for the body to absorb in plant form, but they're easy to absorb in an oil form. So things like avocado have a really good level of beta-sterolins in them. The other ones, any oils that are derived from a plant source will have beta-sterolins in them. Nuts and seeds have lots of beta-sterolins in them. Nut butters, those kinds of things will be a little more easily absorbed into the body. Astragalus, so we're going to talk a little bit about some Chinese herbs in a few minutes. Ligustrum, Schizandra, Codnopsis, and then the medicinal mushrooms, reishi, shiitake, maitake. There's lots more evidence, a lot more research being done on these immunomodulators, and a lot of very positive research showing how beneficial they can be to support our bodies. Again, so specifically the beta-sterolins, I talked to you a little bit about some of the sources, but it acts as an immunomodulator, but also as an anti-inflammatory in the body, antipyretic, meaning it can help with fevers, anti-neoplastic, meaning that it can help to prevent cancer, and it helps to balance the DHEA and cortisol levels in the body, which are very important to the hormones. And the hormones, again, that's a whole other topic of conversation. For me, it's an area that I'm very passionate about, but the DHEA and cortisol are a really integral part of how your hormones balance in your body. So again, present in plants, plant oils, nuts, and seeds. They are bound tightly to the plant, to the fiber of the plant, so they're not always readily available, which is why I was saying it's better to get them in the vegetable oils, the nuts and seeds, and the avocados. And they're good for viral infections, inflammatory conditions, stress-induced, immune suppression, allergies, cancer, and autoimmune conditions. Immune-enhancing herbs. So again, these are more surface immune activation. So these are the ones that you would take when you're sick or when you feel like you're coming down with something. These are not something you want to be taking all the time because they kind of lose their effectiveness if you're taking them constantly. So echinacea, baptisia, calendula, commiforma, thuya, and usnea are all really good for that. The other name for usnea is marshmallow root. So good to try to include those. Antimicrobials, again, good to take when you're starting to feel sick. Bee propolis, oil of oregano, grapeseed extract, garlic, onion. You can have those ones all the time because I think most of us use those in our cooking, but definitely lots of good antimicrobial benefits to those as well. So COVID support plan for prevention. So prevention, again, we'll just go back to sleep, exercise, getting lots of fresh air and sunshine, vitamin C, zinc, vitamin D, Deep Immune by St. Francis, echinacea, and change of season soup. So my recipe for change of season soup is right here next to me. So change of season soup is a combination of Chinese herbs made into a broth, and then it can be integrated into any soup recipe or drank as a tea. So it contains 4 ingredients: Codnopsis, which I actually don't have any of right now, astragalus, which is this herb here that you see, and then we have Dioscorea, which is this one here, and then we have some lychee berries, also known as goji berries. So those are the ingredients. So Codnopsis helps to strengthen your energy and builds your blood and improves circulation and nourishes your body fluids. Astragalus helps to strengthen your Wei Qi, which is your immune defense, and your overall strength. It nourishes your spleen, and it also tonifies the blood and the lungs, which is a good thing right now with COVID being a respiratory tract infection. Dioscorea helps to tonify and balance your lungs and kidneys. And then the goji berries help to strengthen your liver and kidneys. So again, if you send us an email, I will send you this recipe. You can pick up the ingredients at any Chinese food store. I found these at a Chinese food store in Calgary. So you can generally find them at any Chinese food store. For recovery, so if you do happen to get sick, you can do some things to help to protect yourself. So the Deep Immune by St. Francis Herbs, I have that right here. It is a wonderful, wonderful product. I do not work for St. Francis. I do not work for any of these companies that I'm going to talk about. So St. Francis is, the Deep Immune is a must because it's really integral part of your prevention, but also your recovery. Oil of oregano. So let's talk about oil of oregano, because oil of oregano comes in generally two forms, an oil and a capsule. So there's two different times that I think you need to be using these forms of oil of oregano. The oil itself, of course, it tastes awful. If you can stomach it, it's good, especially for infections from here up, because it's going to get direct contact to those mucous membranes and it's going to be absorbed into those areas where you want it the most. Anything from here down, I recommend something called Oregano 8, which is an oil of oregano in a capsule, but there are other ingredients in there that are also good for your immune system. So it's got some garlic and some golden seal, elderberry, vitamin C, zinc, cayenne, and grapeseed extract. So those are the 8 ingredients in Oregano 8. And I think that that's another one. I usually have that on hand, but my wonderful husband happened to throw the bottle out because I was keeping it and he wasn't sure why. So, but yeah, that's definitely something that I generally have on hand at home. Ninjom. This has been a staple in my home for probably 20 years, since I started studying naturopathic medicine. It's a Chinese herbal cough syrup. It tastes like cherry. It's really good. So for anyone who has any upper respiratory tract issues, coughs, colds, that kind of thing, this is a wonderful, wonderful staple. Again, I always have this in my house, and you can buy it at Shoppers Drug Mart. The packaging at Shoppers might look a little different than this, so look for Ninjom. Eucalyptus, again, nice warm bath with a bit of eucalyptus oil in it can help open up your respiratory tract, help you to be able to breathe a little bit better, and definitely can help clear out some of that mucus. Warm baths are great. If you have a fever, I mentioned earlier, drops of peppermint in your bath can help to cool you down. I don't recommend cold baths because that kind of shocks your system into a little bit of a different state, and I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. You want to just try to gently support your body if it's got a fever going on. Warm baths can be also helpful if you don't get fevers. Some people don't. Some people, for whatever reason, their body just has a difficult time getting a fever going. So one of the things you can do to help get a fever going is have a pretty warm bath, kind of as warm as you can tolerate. Throw about a cup of Epsom salts in there, and then just relax for as long as you can in the warm bath. And then when you get out, wrap yourself up in your warmest pajamas, put on your house coat, put on your slippers or some nice cozy socks, and then just go like cuddle up in a nice warm blanket and sweat. Because if your body can't mount a fever, again, it's one of those immune system mechanisms that helps us to be able to fight off infections. So if your body can't do it on its own, sometimes it needs a little help. Rest, lots of rest. Stay home. Don't go out if you're sick. you're just going to spread it out to everybody else. So just stay home until you're feeling ready to go back. Hydration, lots of fluids. So again, herbal teas can be really helpful. There's lots of really good herbal teas. Traditional medicinals make some really good ones. Breathe Easy, Echinacea Plus. There's some great ones out there. So those will help. Sipping on warm tea. Licorice root is another great tea for when you're feeling sick, upper respiratory tract. It helps to just kind of soothe the tissues and the mucous membrane. So lots and lots of good things about that. So again, we're nearing the end of my presentation. So I just want to let you know if you have questions or you have anything that you want to ask about. If you want a copy of the presentation, please send us an email, thrivefestivalcanmore@gmail.com. So I'm just going to read this little history of medicine to you. So 2000 BC, here, eat this root. 1000 BC, that root is heathen. Here, say this prayer. 1805 AD, that prayer is superstition. Here, drink this potion. 1940 AD, that potion is snake oil. Here, swallow this pill. 1985 AD, that pill is ineffective. Here, take this antibiotic. 2000 AD, that antibiotic doesn't work anymore. Here, eat this root. So the source of that is unknown, but I think it just kind of supports the idea that, you know, we've kind of come full circle in terms of health. I am not opposed to working with other forms of health practitioners. I am all about collaborating and working together. It's really, really important for us to recognize that we all have something of benefit to offer. So I'm going to finish up with a little bit of a breathing exercise. Again, I think it's important to breathe. Again, it ties into this whole idea. COVID affects our lungs and our respiratory tract. Many of us in our day-to-day life, we breathe from here up. So we breathe using the upper lobes of our lungs, which are really the smallest portion of our lungs. The largest portion of our lungs goes from our clavicle, from our clavicle down to the base of our rib cage. And so you want to use your whole lung when you breathe. What that does is it also helps your kidneys sit right there on the top of your adrenal glands sit right there on top of your kidneys, which are located roughly just below your rib cage. And when you breathe properly, you massage your adrenal glands, and it helps to keep your body calm. The other thing that does is it helps to exercise your lungs. So you're using your full lung capacity, which again, I think just helps to keep our lungs healthier, keeps everything working better, and makes everything, helps us to fight off any type of infection that might be affecting our respiratory tract system. So deep breathing, essentially, I want you to put a hand at the base of your rib cage, just at the top of your abdomen, and place your left hand over your chest. So just over your heart is fine. So I want you to close your eyes for a moment and just take a deep breath. And when you breathe, do you feel your right hand move, or do you feel your left hand move? If you feel your left hand moving, that means you're breathing with your upper lungs. If you feel your right hand moving, that means you're actually breathing down using your diaphragm. And that's the benefits that has for your body are immense. It helps with our circulation, it helps with our stress, it helps with our respiratory function. There's so many good things that it does. So again, hands back to Your left hand on your upper chest, your right hand on your abdomen, just below your rib cage. And if you're breathing into your left hand, I want you to think about breathing into your right hand. So again, close your eyes. This isn't always easy because most of us spend our lives after childhood breathing up into our upper lungs. So sometimes it takes a while to retrain ourselves to breathe using our lower lungs. So inhale, taking a slow, deep breath. And then exhaling and releasing the breath all the way out. And ideally, when you're breathing throughout the day, think about inhaling to a count of 4, and then exhaling to a count of 4. Again, breathing into your abdomen. Feel your belly move with your breath. This is a great strategy for how you can help your body deal better with stress as well. So it's really, really essential to making sure that you breathe and keep everything nice and calm in your system. One of the other little tricks that I give to my patients is every time you see the color red, take a slow, deep breath. And that really helps to calm your system. When your body is in fight or flight mode, which it often is when we're feeling stressed, what happens is we clench up, we breathe from our upper lungs, and that sends a message from your pineal gland, from your brain, into your diaphragm to switch your body into fight or flight mode. So when you're breathing in the upper part of your chest, you're actually operating in that fight or flight mode, and your adrenals are constantly secreting these hormones that are really affecting how everything in our system functions. So every time you see the color red, when you're stopped at a red light, when you're following cars in traffic and you're looking at the red lights of the car in front of you, I have strategically placed red things in my life to remind me to breathe, because I forget too. So, little sticky dots here and there, or, something on your phone that helps to remind you to breathe, something on your computer screen at work to help remind you just to make sure you take a moment, take a slow, deep breath. It's the simplest thing. Nobody even knows that you're taking a 10-second pause to actually breathe. And, the benefit that can have to your overall health is just so incredible. So I just want to, again, emphasize how important it is to breathe and take lots of slow, deep breaths through the day. So I am now rounding out the end of my presentation. I know we've got a few minutes left, so I just want to see if there's any questions at all from anybody. Now is the time to send your questions into Brittany, thrivefestivalcanmore@gmail.com. And if you want a copy of the presentation, again, email us, and I can send that off to you, and I'll send you also the change of season soup recipe. And then if you want the opportunity to win a free ticket for Thrive next year, which will be happening about this time, I think the first weekend of November is the weekend that we're looking at for next year. I believe it's the 5th, 6th, and 7th of November next year. We will be doing this again, whether it's virtually or actually live in person, maybe a combination of the two. But we would love to have you join us. And if you want to join us and you'd like the opportunity to win a free ticket, send us an email. Let us know that you were part of this presentation, and you'll get a chance with each of the presentations that you attend today. You'll have a chance to win a free ticket. So again, email thrivefestivalcanmore.com. The other thing I want to let you guys know that so I'm not practicing naturopathic medicine right now. I've actually taken a sabbatical for the time being. My husband and I bought a company last year in December called O Canada Soapworks. So we are bringing beautiful, naturally produced soaps from local, organic, natural ingredients. I had no idea that this was going to become a thing, but yes, we bought a soap company. And so one of the things that we did at the very beginning of COVID is that we actually produced some hand sanitizer. It's called Silky Clean. And the reason it's called Silky Clean, it's NPN, we have our NPN, so it's Health Canada approved. But in addition to all of the wonderful and important ingredients that were put out by the World Health Organization, we've added some lotion to it. So it actually makes it really softening instead of really harsh on the hands. So what we're offering to all of you as participants for Thrive is we're offering all of the people who are registered to join us a $10 gift certificate for online or in store at O Canada Soapworks. And when you do your purchase, you'll get a free purse pocket size hand sanitizer. So that's our little gift to you for joining us today. So thank you all for being a part of Thrive, and we're very excited to have you join us for the rest of the day and hopefully next year. Have a wonderful day, everyone, and you'll be seeing me later because I'll be introducing our next speaker at 1 o'clock, Helen Rose, who will be doing the gift of being present. See you all after lunch.
Welcome back to Thrive 2020. We're so happy to see all of you back with us after a little lunch break. We're having an amazing day here. I hope that you are as well. We are coming to you live from the Malcolm Hotel in Canmore, Alberta. It's a beautiful day. The snow is very lightly falling from the sky, and so far we've had two sessions with all of you, and we're excited to bring you our sessions for this afternoon, starting with the wonderful Helen Rose. And she will be doing a presentation called The Gift of Being Present. I am super excited to introduce her to you. I'm going to allow her to tell all of you a little bit more about herself. So please welcome Helen Rose to our wonderful festival.
Oh my gosh, thank you for doing this. Thanks, Cheryl. Yeah, thank you. So that little girl picture is up. Okay. So I would like to introduce to you a little girl who grew up thinking she wasn't important. She grew up hearing the words, it's no wonder no one wanted you. She grew up hearing she wasn't pretty. So what happened to that is I have this little box that I do in all my workshops. And this represents that little girl's life. So every time she heard, it's no wonder no one wanted you, a little feeling went into her house, in her mind, in her heart. So every time she heard that, that went in. Every time she heard that you aren't pretty, another little feeling went in. So what happened by the time she was 2.5 years old, this was full. And it was full of conflicting emotions and what she truly believed to be herself, which was she was unlovable. I'm sure you've all figured out by now that little girl was me. And so none of that was on a conscious plane. Those are just kind of the things that she kept hearing and kept hearing. And what it did was when she, it created a toolbox, an emotional toolbox for her that was wrought with anger and fear and distrust of almost everybody. So as I grew up, so I was in the foster care system between the age of 11 days old and 2.5 years, shuttled between my birth mother and foster homes 8 times. So again, into this little thing is not really knowing where the heck she fit in. So as I was eventually adopted into a family that were lovely people, but were not prepared to look after a little girl that was really so damaged. And we're talking 1960s. And, you know, they didn't, I hear it quite often, even still, people will say, you know, well, we'd love to adopt, but we want a baby because you never know what you're going to get. And that makes this little girl very sad. So a great deal of sadness went into this box over the years. So I carried on through life. Pretty good. Like I always felt like now, in retrospect, I had some angels on my side for sure. What I didn't realize is that there are people that loved me along the way. What I realized is that I did belong and that people did want me in their world. What I learned was ugly is it's a very subjective view of how someone looks at you. And so in 2008, I had written a book, 53 Grove Road. And I think, Cheryl, we have five of those 5 giveaways today, don't we? Awesome. So I want to read a chapter to you where this, at this point in the book, I was a young woman. I had my own child by then. It really, this chapter for me was, it was extraordinarily sad because I couldn't come to terms with how I fit into this family I was adopted into, because my father was an alcoholic. And I'm just going to flip to that chapter. So this was April 1989, so I was 26 years old. I sat in the chair in my father's darkened hospital room, trying hard to stay awake. It was 5 a.m. I did not want to leave him alone. He needed me now. I listened to his breathing and closed my eyes. I watch in horror as his demons chase him. I can see his childhood, his life, our family, but he didn't stop to look back. I'm struck by how large the demons are, and I shudder, for they are right at his heels, relentless, until he falls. They seize him and beat him up. He stands up, bloodied and tired. He takes a drink he thinks can hide him. I can see that the booze made it worse for him and easier for them. Can't he see what was happening? Daddy, don't take the drink, I yell to him, but he can't hear me. I don't understand why he doesn't turn around to see me. He never asks for my help. It must be because the demons are blocking his view of me. If he calls for me, I can fight for him, but he doesn't call, and I can't rescue him. So on that part was that unbelievable feeling of helplessness that also went into this. What I didn't realize before I was out of my pain body, almost 25 years later, was that my father had his own experiences that all went in here. And he eventually just closed it up and he just put it aside, and he didn't know how to deal with what was in here for him because of what his journey had led him to. So I'm sure everyone who's listening to this can identify to some degree things that have happened that didn't make sense, that really hurt. And maybe they're carrying some pain that's manifesting and shows up as anger, shows up as not being able to make decisions, shows up as anxiety. All those things are very real. So what I do, so I'm just going to put up the feelings wheel. Do you have the feelings wheel, Brian? Yeah. Okay. So is it up? So what I do when I work with people is we work with this feelings wheel. I would love to tell you I created this. I did not. I just want to make that sure that this is not my creation, but I love it, and it's almost my best friend. And anyone who works with me gets a copy of this, and this is this is how they identify how they feel. And you can take, as my mentor Sandra Yancey always likes to say, you can take the low-hanging fruit of the center where it's sad, mad, scared, joyful, powerful, peaceful. But there are secondary feelings. There are secondary ways that you show how you feel those, and tertiary as well. And I'm going to give you an example just for today alone. So I planned on being here about half an hour earlier, and my computer would not turn on today of all days, would not turn on. And so I'm always aware of how I'm feeling. Now, how I chose to feel is I could have given into the old feelings that were in here from long ago when I felt like I was powerless. I felt like I was out of control, couldn't get my computer on. I had a timeline to get here, and I started to ramp up. I don't do that anymore because I am aware of what I'm feeling. So I'm a little bit anxious because I don't want to show up as unprepared, even though I am prepared. But in my mind, I have steps that I like to take. So I was feeling a little scared that I wasn't going to be able to talk about what's really important and dear to my heart and what I do with my work. So I was scared. One of the feelings in there is anxious and insecure. And if you don't look after your emotional toolbox and make it a healthy one, what happens is you give in to those feelings, which I have to say, they're not wrong. None of these feelings are wrong. It's really where they're placed when you're feeling them. If I had given in to my anxious feelings about my computer didn't, fire up. How am I going to do this? I got to get across town. I don't want to speed. I don't want to get, so I'm just piling all this stuff on top. Instead, I just took a deep breath and I was okay. And I'm okay. And I was here and we had a couple of minutes to spare. It was beautiful. I could have actually grabbed a coffee. So if you notice on this feelings wheel where it has the scared, directly across in the purple section where it says peaceful, that is the opposite of scared. So I was trusting. For me, and I'll speak to this as we go along, but I have a huge trust in the universe. Now, whatever that means for you, that could be God, your higher power, the universe, your earth angels, your heavenly angels, whatever that is for you, that's where I trusted that it was gonna be okay, even if I had half a minute to spare by the time. Now, I know what I talk about, so I wasn't worried about that, but I have so much that I want to share with everybody. One of the feelings of the peaceful is I'm thankful. I'm thankful that we have the technology now. I could pull up what I needed to pull up on my phone. It didn't really matter that my computer wasn't working. The other thing was, another feeling was powerful. I was really confident and appreciative of where I'm standing right now. I'm confident because I know what I'm talking about. I'm confident because I've worked through my emotional toolbox. So that sounds great in theory. I will tell you, it takes an enormous amount of work to get to the spot where you can feel those feelings, but get to the spot where you're confident and you're trusting that it's all going to work out. Because if you tell someone who's ramped up that's angry, the last thing you should be doing is telling them that to calm down. So I'm going to go just back to this. So I had lots of feelings in here, 50 years almost of feelings. And I love when I talk about my experiences and people will say, but you're all right now. And it all comes down to that grief bit too, where people are like, well, your parents did the best they could. Yes, that's very true. But sometimes what the best really hurt. And it wasn't even my adopted parents that that I took issue with. Now that I've done my work, what I took issue was that I was thrown around all these homes. And I have now a 2.5-year-old granddaughter who is the most beautiful little girl. I know I sound like a grandparent, but I am, and I'm not going to apologize. This little girl has enormous support, strong foundation of her parents, my son and my daughter-in-law. They are excellent parents. They recognize her emotions when she's having a 2.5-year-old day, which they do. They validate those feelings by telling her she's having big emotions today. So they're not scolding her. Much like if a little boy is crying, you tell him, don't cry, little boys don't cry. Well, little boys do cry, and so do men. And if you're told that you can't validate those feelings when you're younger, I actually believe there's most of the issues people are dealing with that I've come across with in my work is there was a point in their life, likely when they were young, where they felt powerful and they never got to explore why they were feeling what they're feeling. So I kind of went through life, wrote this book. I wrote it in 2008. I got married, and I had the family I always wanted. I have my son and 2 stepdaughters, and 3 dogs and 3 cats, beautiful house. Oh man, I had just made it. And when I was 49, it all changed for me. I caught my husband having an affair. And I was completely destroyed, as anyone would be. But I'll tell you, every single side of the feelings wheel came out, and it was under the mad category, and it was under the scared category. And that's fair. And it was also under the sad category, but that came later. And it was fair. Those feelings were fair. What wasn't fair was how I took the news. We became very combative in our divorce. And it's not about right or wrong. He made the choices he felt he needed to make based on what his emotional toolbox was. And there's that little piece about forgiveness, but I can talk about that later. What happened when I was 49 is all the little feelings, every experience I had ever had and not recognized as being true to what I was feeling, not validated to what I was feeling, exploded. My world exploded. This box, if we're going to use an analogy, blew up, and every single emotion that I had never ever dealt with was laying on the floor. And I was truly behaving, in some instances, like a 2.5-year-old out of control. I was having some pretty big emotional days. And what that did is it stopped me from taking a step back, recognizing that someone else was also in their pain body, and nothing got resolved. Whether it was going to be fixed or not was not the point. It was how it was dealt with on both sides. And so we actually ended up going to therapy, and the therapist had said to my ex-husband, you know, really, you're behaving like a 10-year-old. And I was like, yeah. And then she looked at me and she said, and you're behaving like a oh. And so that was a bit of a bitter pill to swallow. But at the end of the day, it didn't matter because I didn't know how to deal with any of the emotions that were racing around. So that trauma, and that is a big trauma, that trauma brought forward every single trauma I had never, ever dealt with. All I could hear was the end of my marriage was that no one wanted me. Of course you feel ugly when someone steps out of that commitment. And it just fed into every one of my insecurities. It fed into every one of my fears that I was never going to belong somewhere. It fed into my fears that I had to start over again. So if I go to the feelings wheel in the emotions, what the emotions feel like in the body, I'll just name some. Let's see if when I'm telling my story, if there's something for you that resonates. Embarrassed, unwanted, hurt, inferior, insecure, anxious, scared. So I went to my own therapist, and in the course of talking about what had happened, and of course everything was coming forward. This was my parents' fault because I made a crappy decision about choosing someone that would betray me and betray our marriage, and and she said to me, Helen, it's really easy to be the victim. And I remember saying, I was furious. So let's just look at that. There's not a furious on here, so we're going to go with anger. But I was hateful, I was mad, I was aggressive, I was irritated, I was clenching. I heard those loud words. It's easy to be a victim. And it is easy to be a victim. But we've all heard this. It's easy to be a victim. But they've already moved. The situation that's happened has already kind of moved forward somewhat. And you're standing there. And it's like, but what about me? Look what he did. Look what happened. He wrecked my marriage. And it's really easy to point out at why he stepped out of the marriage. It was easier to point in as to why he stepped out of the marriage. And so I then began my journey. So if there's anyone listening to this who is older than 40, 50, 60, 70, don't despair, because I can tell you, once you do your work and once you understand your feelings, and it's not about, I need to make it clear, it's not about getting rid of those feelings of hurt and anger. Those are fair emotions to have. Once you get rid of it, it kind of clears and you start to look at what really was going on. And it's not about beating up. It's not about why he did what he did, why I did why I blamed myself for what he did. It has nothing to do with that. And I know that sounds really counterintuitive to some people, and I hear it all the time from people like, he wasn't good enough and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you know what? Stop. He was good enough. You know what? He had his own experiences that he had never dealt with. Now, luckily, we had a good 10 years that I was well aware of what his issues were. But in a way now, I wish he were still here, because then we could have a mature conversation with true emotional intelligence. And further to that story, he passed away a couple of years ago. And I will tell you, it did not feel good. It did not feel good that he was gone. It wasn't a yay, last man standing. And I can't even tell you how many people will say, well, karma's a bitch. And it's like, that's not fair. He made his decisions. We've all made decisions based on how we were feeling and maybe not understanding, what our toolbox was. Do you react with anger? Do you react? It used to be really foreign to me when someone would, there's always going to be disappointments in life. And so if you have that emotional intelligence, you recognize back to that feelings wheel where you're trusting, that's the peaceful. And I think out of all of the feelings, for me anyway, my opinion only, the most powerful emotion is peaceful, I think, because it allows you to be thoughtful about the steps you're going to take. Nobody, I think Mary Tyler Moore said it, nobody gets out of this world without pain, and I think that's true. There was a really interesting interview with, I can't remember the guy's name, Anderson Cooper and anyway, another celebrity, and they were talking about they had both lost their fathers at a young age, and Stephen Colbert. And Stephen Colbert had said he was so grateful to be alive and have all the experiences he had, as sad as it was to lose his father at such a young age, but it is a gift to be alive, and being alive and being human, he believes, comes with some pain. And I don't disagree with that. So I'm going to fast forward 10 years since my world fell apart. And I've done an enormous amount of work. This box stays open all the time now. So when I'm feeling something, I'll be lying to you if I didn't feel anger sometimes, and I didn't feel scared sometimes. But when I am feeling that, and I don't always succeed at it, I can go back to here. I can go to my feelings wheel, and I can recognize that, yes, I'm scared. But why am I scared? And another thing as I was driving over here, one of the things parents push their kids for what they want to be in their life isn't necessarily always what the child wants. It is a reflection of you as a parent. We own our children's successes. Unfortunately, we also own their failures. And you know what? They're on their own journey, because the day you have a child, whether you have adopted a child or whether you've given birth to a child, that day comes, they come with their own. So if I go back to my granddaughter, boy, she ever had a good start. She's loved, she's warmed, she's fed. Does that mean she's never going to have these feelings of anger? She's 2.5. Of course she has feelings of anger because she's frustrated. She doesn't know how to express herself. What's beautiful is she's not punished for it. She is validated. So when you have, and that it doesn't have to be just for children. It can also be for new relationships. We're so easy to have a relationship and all these things have popped in here, and that's how you feel. And the other thing too is when you are have gone through a breakup or a divorce, you can tend to be bitter. If you want to go into your next healthy relationship, start a new box. Start with your feelings wheel. Because what's not fair is to carry forward your past experiences into your future experiences. And so that's with friendships, that's with your own adult children. I think one of the, I'm going to give you an example of where I was really challenged, and I am really grateful I had this feelings wheel. And I won't lie, it took me a couple of years. I raised my son by myself till he was 12. We were extraordinarily close. He met this absolutely beautiful young lady. And the dynamic changed. And it changed for him too. And I didn't recognize that my itty-bitty boy, who was 30, didn't need his mummy to take care of him. He needed to have a strong emotional relationship with his wife. And I was really resentful. And it wasn't that it wasn't like I went to the feelings wheel and said, oh, I wonder what resentful feels like. Wonder what that means. I didn't do that at all. I was hurt that he no longer asked my opinion. He was writing a paper and usually would ask to, review it and stuff. And didn't need me to do that anymore because his wife would do it. And I was hurt by it, not on a conscious level, but so we went through some really trying times, and I don't know what. Of course, I had a coach, wonderful woman is my life coach, who made me realize what I was really feeling. So what happened is it had fed directly into my feelings of abandonment. It led directly that no one wanted me. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, don't you want me over at your place every hour? Not that I was doing that, but it was like my decisions were taken into consideration, but they didn't need me. He didn't need me anymore to help guide him through because he had found a beautiful partner that they do that together. And one of the things that I realized as a mom, which was really a big bite, was that it really was none of my business what my son's choices were. He had a good foundation. The other thing I will tell you too is if you don't deal with your emotions, so he was born with his own. I had mine. I'd love to tell you I was a perfect parent. Guess what? Doesn't happen. I'm human. A lot of my experiences with him, I used to just go absolutely wild if we had a talk about alcohol or drugs. And I was just so stringent that he didn't. I remember on his 16th birthday, a friend gave him a beer. I was furious. But I was furious, and I go down to that mad. Really, I wasn't mad. I was scared. And so it showed up as anger because the biggest thing I never wanted for my child was to be an alcoholic. Well, and that's how, I don't want to say ridiculous, but that's when I wasn't being kind to myself to recognize that he wasn't an alcoholic. He was 16. He could have a beer, right? And I don't know. And so my feelings as a parent, sometimes I really failed him. And I make no bones about it. It's my granddaughters have each one of these on their own. My son, he has one of these. My daughter-in-law has one of these. And whatever decisions they're going to make in raising their children, maybe it's not always going to be the best, but they are emotionally intelligent enough to recognize their feelings. And maybe I'm not privy to their personal marriage issues, and I don't need to be because it's really none of my business. And that's the other thing too, is when you grow up in a world of chaos, it in a weird way becomes a really comfortable spot to be angry. It's the easiest emotion to give into. And I'm sure we've all done this, where you're in a situation and anger on both sides, and nothing gets resolved. And to that point too, now I'm not familiar with a lot of these emotions for anyone that knows me. I absolutely do not sit back. I'm a fighter. That goes into that whole fight, flight, freeze thing. But I'll fight you faster than I will just calmly go, okay, what's going on here? I've learned to do it over the last 9 years. It's not fun. It's kind of fun to give in to the 2.5-year-old temper tantrum. But really, at the end of the day, it doesn't do you any good. I'm sure people can can resonate with that. So now the other part to all the feelings is you have control to some degree. Sometimes, this is my favorite tool. You're showing this one? Awesome. Thanks, Brian. So I love this because sometimes, this is my own personal wheel of fortune. I love it. Sometimes you don't get to choose how you feel. Sometimes something happens where you're just completely sideswiped by it. You know, someone close to you dies suddenly. You're not prepared for it. So I never ever want to give the impression that everyone should always be complete. It feels really good to go and stand out in the middle of a field and scream at the top of your lungs. That's actually healthy. What's not healthy is not recognizing that you're angry at something or you're frustrated. It's okay to go out and scream in the middle of a field. Actually, it's quite healthy to do that because you don't want to be holding it inside, because when you're holding it all in here and you close the lid, guess what? It just is going to blow up one day, whether it's your choice or through calamity of not your choice. So what I love about this wheel of fortune is I'm just going to give it a spin. Are you lucky in love? So in half is very lucky, sometimes not. Are you a victim? Are you, I hear it quite often. It's like, oh, I'm not lucky in love. But if you believe you're not lucky in love, you're not going to be lucky in love. And what does that even mean? I think that goes to that whole bit about what does being in love look like? It's not the movies, as we all know. I'm in an 8-year relationship now. We've been together for 8 years. And, you know, it's fun mostly. Sometimes it's not. And it's easy to blame. But it's like, what am I actually feeling about this? And I think that comes down to the word of expectations. We all have a vision of what it should be. And when it doesn't happen, that's when the feelings, emotions come into it, where you do get the frustrated. Why isn't this happening? How come my relationship's not like it is in the movies? That's because the movies aren't real. Okay, so we're going to look at another one. Healing. Lucky and challenged. So this kind of comes down to health. I believe a certain amount of luck happens when you have health. I have beautiful friends that struggle with terrible things, and they are the most positive. I don't know if they go home and scream or go out in the middle of the field and scream and yell, but that's okay. But they fight for their health. And sometimes it just doesn't make sense. It certainly doesn't when a 2-year-old is battling cancer. It certainly doesn't help when you've got a healthy woman who is battling breast cancer. That just doesn't make sense. So when you're feeling those emotions, I remember years and years ago, I had a girlfriend who was very young who had a double mastectomy. And it affected me so deeply. Now, she was a friend. She wasn't one of my closest friends, but she was a friend. She was a lovely girl. She still survived. She did survive. But I remember at the time when it happened, I was so unbelievably sad at what her battle was. And I couldn't figure out one. And actually, someone had said to me, well, you're taking this harder than she is. And if I had to go to my feelings wheel, I think it would fall under the scared, where I was confused. Helpless is a big word. It was like feeling so helpless that this poor woman had this disease. And I think it came down to being afraid that I was going to get you. You know what I mean? Yeah, if you think about it. Okay, we're going to do another spin. Your future. I love this one. Is it certain or uncertain? I would love to be able to say I am certain what's going to happen tomorrow. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I have no idea. And I'd like to think I know. I have a vision. You know, I'm sitting down maybe retirement in 10 years. Not that I want to retire. I love what I do. But if I wanted to give into maybe dream about what retirement would look like, well, I might be forced to retire because I might get sick. I might be like, you know, we're all dealing with this right now with COVID, and where people are genuinely afraid of what's in their future. They might not have a job tomorrow. Are they going to be able to keep their mortgage payment? Are they going to be able to pay their rent? Are they going to be able to feed their children? That is when this comes in, when this work is really important, to be able to just take a deep breath, recognize that you're feeling scared, but don't give up. And, you know, we see it in the world today. They're blaming it on wherever they're blaming it came from. Come on. You know, it's like, let's just stand steady here and trust that everything's going to be okay. You know, we're lucky enough to live in the country. Anyway, I'm starting to lecture. I'm not going to do that. But we don't know what our future is, ever. The other one that makes people the happiest, I hope I hit on it. I remember at one workshop I did this and it went on it. Okay, good. I'm just going to go here to the lottery. Yay, we won the lottery. If you ever want to see someone go to the feelings wheel, happy, joyful, powerful, that's what you feel like when you win the lottery. It's interesting to note there are a lot of people who win the lottery whose lives become destroyed because they thought they had made it. That they thought that's where their power was. It's not. And I think we're learning that in COVID times. You know, everybody needs money. That money is king. But you know what? Money is also fluid. There are things that we can do maybe to get through. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but I believe that. Then the big one that I talk about, and it's dearest to my heart, is grief. So grief, people equate to death. And it's a very small part to it. It is loss. And we are a world of grief right now, grieving. We are grieving our loss of our jobs. We are grieving loss of our security. We're watching what's going on in other countries right now that is frightening. And so if you are, you know, wanting to understand why you're feeling what you're feeling, is recognize that as grief. And grief, one of the things, the biggest one I think around grief is the sadness, is despair, is depression. And if you've noticed anyone that's going through any kind of grieving process, or they're going through their feelings, one of the things that what the emotions feel like in the body is when you're sad, you curl up. You hear people say that when something horrible happens. Oh my gosh, I just want to curl up on my couch and feel that. And that's actually quite healthy. I had a dear friend that passed away in March. I was so sad that day. And what I did was I recognized that I was very sad, and I went and I sat on my couch for the day. I did not feel guilty for doing that. And I really sat in that sadness for that day. Now, I'm still sad about it, but I really went into the feelings of how sad it was to lose my friend. The other thing is when you're feeling disgust, you shudder, you need to move, your face scrunches up. You hear people do that too. So all of that has to do with the emotions. And wouldn't you agree that if you were aware, it doesn't mean that you can't feel those things. What it means is that you're aware of feeling those things. It makes an entire difference in how you're going to look at a situation. It makes a difference on how you're going to react to a situation. I can tell you Helen 10 years ago versus Helen today would have reacted, I think, very differently to what happened in my marriage. I would, and I am very sad that I don't get to talk to him now and forgive what had happened, because I recognized that he had his own that he was carrying, instead of blaming all the time and being the victim. How much time do I have left?
1:40.
Sorry?
It's 1:40.
It's 1:40, so I have 20 minutes. And are we getting any questions or anything? No? Okay. So if anyone has any questions, just type them in the box and I'm happy to answer it. So I'm going to go back to my own journey with all of my feelings. So, and it's amazing as you get to do the work with feelings, Will, how it changes your perspective. So I was really, really hard on my mother, my adopted mother. I was probably really unfair to her. And, it's kind of like, and it's not about blame. It's got to stop about blame. It's like, well, I was a little girl, she was frustrated living with an alcoholic. But to be fair to my mother, she had, when we're talking about what we thought our future was going to be over here, she saw her future as very certain to have a little girl that was just going to adore her mother, and that she took me in and I was going to be forever grateful. I know that's what she was thinking, because we did have these conversations later in life. And she was really disappointed. She was disappointed in being married to an alcoholic. In those days, women didn't leave that freely. And I blamed her for everything that I was feeling towards her. And in fairness to her, she got me at 2.5. I was French speaking. That was probably the 9th home by then. I was very confused. I was not going to bond with anyone, because really, you've already been moved 9 times by the time you're 2. You're really not that trusting of what's next for you, talking about uncertain futures. My mother had a vision of in her head of what it would be like, kind of ticking the boxes as we all do. And when it didn't work out and we didn't bond and she couldn't communicate with me because I spoke another language, I think she took it very personally. And as a little girl, I did not understand that. So there was a great deal of resentment between my mother and myself. So as I start doing this, and I tell you, I wish she were alive today. She'd be 101, just last week. I wish she were alive, because I know she would be really, really interested in talking to me about what her experiences were, because she had one of these too. So I was writing, in the process of writing my second book, and I was interviewing her because I needed to have an older lady, and I started to interview my mother, who was, 89 at the time. And all of a sudden she's telling me these experiences when she was a little girl that built this up for her. So this I wrote in 2007. I told my mother that I'd written this story. She was an old woman now, and her eyes were downcast as she asked me a question. Are you going to put the bad parts in? I felt guilty, but I replied yes. I had questions for her. Some she avoided, and some she answered honestly. I stumbled over my first question. Do you remember? I hesitated. The beatings? Just going to stop there for a minute. My mother was of that generation where if you misbehaved, you got a whooping. But I didn't like that. That went into here. Nobody likes that, I'm sure. But you often hear a lot of people go, wow, nothing wrong with a little with it. It's like, well, okay, there's probably better ways to deal with that. And nowadays you can't do it. And thank God, because as we well know, those internal scars hurt more than the external ones that are created by external pain. She looked at me and said slowly, no, it was drawn out, false innocence. I knew she was lying, and I thought, what would I have done if she had said yes and that I deserved it? I asked her, what do you use vinegar cloths for? She kept her head down as she spoke. It brings down cuts and bruises. Here I was, now 45 years old, afraid to carry on with these questions. She knew where this was going. It was time for amends to be made, but I chickened out. I didn't want to hear any explanations. I was a coward. I didn't know if I could forgive her. I did forgive her. because I recognized that she came from a generation where there was an expectation of having a perfect family, especially in the 50s, 60s. Didn't everyone? It's like we watch Mad Men, you know, these women didn't have a voice then. And she wasn't going to fight her whole marriage to have children. They couldn't have children biologically, so they adopted. And she had a notion of what it would be like, and it was nothing like she thought it was like. But she didn't have someone in those days. They didn't talk about, well, you're going to get a French-speaking girl that's been in 8 different homes and likely traumatized greatly by moving around. They didn't know those things. These were just the beginning of the formative years for children. And so if she had had the help of this feelings wheel, this was created, I don't know when this was created, it certainly wasn't 1960. But if she had had that, she might have, and I would like to think that she was scared and overwhelmed. She had a husband that was not even providing for the family, he was just drinking. She had a child that needed a lot of love and a lot of care and was ill prepared for that. But when I started to hear about her story, this woman had, I'm going to give you a little bit of background on my mother, because I want to talk about one bit we talk about when we talk about the emotions of grief. My mother was 7 years old in 1926, and her father died. So in 1926, she had a brother, 2 brothers and a sister. And her mother was ill-equipped to look after 4 children in 1926. Then the house burned down. Then they were living in a chicken coop. This is true. I mean, you can't, this is in my next book. You can't make this stuff up. They're living in a chicken coop. She couldn't cope. The mother couldn't cope. So the children were all dispersed to various relatives around the country. So not only had she been dealing with the loss of her father, the loss of her home as she knew it at 7, then she had to live in a chicken coop. Pretty sure that wasn't very good. And then she loses her entire family. She loses her sister and her brothers. And she's moved into a home where they weren't particularly nice to her. She was likely a burden. But as she was telling me these stories, I was sitting there and I was thinking, oh my gosh, this woman had this. So she could never understand why she used to say to me, you know, no one wanted you. We wanted you. And I could never understand, was like, why would you even bother then? Because you're just not nice. And I think she thought that I should have been grateful for being in a home that was safe and warm, well-fed. And I need to make it clear, as I went through my journey and I met my birth parents, my birth mother was mentally ill. I met her a couple of times and I didn't want anything to do with her. She clearly had some issues that I didn't understand, and she had her own. I met my father, my birth father, who these two just were a volatile relationship. And in the 60s, men had no rights to their children, so she gave me up to upset him. Those weren't the words she told me. And I remember thinking, oh my gosh. And never ever once would I have thought that I was so grateful to be placed into the home that I was. Everybody has one of these. Everybody has a vision of what it would look like. I used to have these grand visions that my birth parents were super successful and they were just young and couldn't take care of me. That wasn't the case at all. And I remember when I met my birth mother, how disappointed I was. But not only was I disappointed, and if I'm going to look onto the feelings wheel, if I can find disappointed, what that one comes to, maybe scared of what my life could have been living on the streets in Toronto, because that's where my mother was living. And I don't know if she was living on the streets, but she was definitely not living a life that we all would envision. And then when I met my father, it became very clear to me, they both have these issues here. Their life, which was fine, But neither one of them bothered to realize they had the responsibility of a little soul. So when my birth mother, when I met my birth parents, I said to my adopted mother, much to my surprise and the look of shock on her face, I said to her, I am so grateful that you adopted me. I think that was a really big turning point for my mother and I. And, you know, there's another another emotion called regret. I am grateful that I did come to a point where I did forgive my mother, that I understood that it wasn't easy for her. I regret that she's not here so we could sit and have a real conversation about how hard it was for her to be married to an alcoholic, how hard it was for her to embrace this little girl who wasn't going to let anyone embrace her. She took that personally. How could you not? Everybody wants their children to love them. So through all of this, you can find your gift. If you're thinking about your own journeys today, this is super powerful work, I will tell you. I don't know if any of you have ever had an experience where you've said, someone has said to you, so you've gone through this horrible experience, whether it's a divorce, a death, whatever, and they're like, you're okay now though, right? So essentially what they're asking you to do, and I do this in my workshops, is they're asking you to wrap this into a really beautiful paper with a gorgeous bow, and let's put it over on the side here. And it's so funny when I go to, people that have attended my workshops and I'm in their house, I see their box that they did in my workshop sitting on their fireplace mantle, or they're usually on fireplace mantles, which is interesting, but they're sitting there and they can't part with it. Because what we do is when we say to someone, you're okay now, right? Completely diminishes the experience. And so what's important is to unwrap this and leave it open and be open to digging in here and thinking, so when I was young, I met everything with anger. I grew up in a very volatile home. My parents were always screaming at each other and throwing things. It was horrible. So if someone came at me, that's how I went into survival mode. And what people are doing now is like they have to stop and realize, oh, you know what? I actually don't need this anymore. Unless I'm in a situation where I'm feeling threatened, 9 times out of 10, you're not. 9 times out of 10, you need to get rid of that. Get rid of it. You're not in survival mode anymore. You're okay. And that's where, when I introduced you to that little girl in the beginning, I have many conversations with her because I need to hold her hand and tell her she's safe. Because I will tell you, there are times when it is much easier for me, even after all the work I've done. It can be very natural for me to go snap. I'm right back to 2.5-year-old Helen, and we all know what it looks like when a 2.5-year-old is in charge. So that's why this always has to remain open. You always have to remain open to exploring what you've done in the past, being okay with it, forgive yourself. That's one of the gifts, is to forgive yourself for things that have happened, and be open to exploring and changing it up. Using your feelings, Will. Sit now. You're here right now. You're not promised tomorrow. Yesterday is already there. It's done. It's gone. It's not, you can go back and visit. I think it's really important to do that, because then you recognize what you used to get through situations. What's really important is if you can stand here in this moment. I'm not talking about when you're in immediate danger. That for sure you go into survival mode, whether it's fire, you're being attacked, verbally, physically, whatever. That's different. That is a survival mode need. And you need to be scared and you need to fight back and all of those things. But most of the time, so for example, today before I got here, my computer didn't work. And I thought, oh my God, what am I going to do? All this stuff. And I'm running all this stuff through my head. It's like, okay, hold on. Like I said earlier, I'm here right now. It's fine. It's going to work out. What is the worst case scenario is that we start a minute late and that I didn't get a speeding ticket. That goes into my joyful, happy emotion. So do we have any, there's no questions forward? Okay.
Yeah, when is your next session? That's Ida wants to know, and she says she's really happy to be here with you.
I said Ida Stanley, maybe. Hi, Ida. Sorry. Oh, Ida Rayom. Yay. Hi, Ida. So what I'm doing now is because of COVID, my workshops I can't do in person. I choose not to do in person, so we're safe. What I do now is I have these online programs called Intentional Freedom and the Gift of Being Present. You can check out my website, they're on there. And we have a first session, Intentional Freedom, in the new year in January. I'm not sure which date, but if you go in, Ida, you can just sign up for my newsletter, and then I can announce it. But these Intentional Freedom courses they're fabulous, because you get to go here and you get to dig in deep into things you have experienced that haven't sat well with you. And that happens. You know, just because we are chronologically older doesn't mean we're emotionally older. I'm sure everyone can relate to an experience where it's like, oh my gosh, did I actually just behave like that? And that's where the forgiveness has to come in, and you just have to be kind. So when you do the Intentional Freedom, it's a 5-week course, and we really break down experiences one by one. And that's what we tend to do, I think, as women too, is when we're hit with a trauma, we put everything on our plate. It's like, let's just put every experience we've ever felt in here, and we're going to do this, and this thing's flying all over the place, makes no sense. What I like about that is that you can look at each experience individually, each relationship you've had that hasn't sat well with you, experiences, you know, you really wanted a job, you didn't get it, is sit with that experience and go through it. And one of the things that I talk about the most, I think, is it's not giving up your power when you trust your path. Because sometimes when something happens or doesn't happen, it's meant to be that way. And we've all, I think, have done that, where something has happened. It's like, whew, thank God that didn't happen. Or, oh my gosh, wasn't that fate? When it works out, it's fate. When it doesn't work out, it's the devil working against you. That all needs to stop, because you are disappointed if you didn't get a job, you're disappointed a relationship didn't work out, all of those things, and family relationships too. I am so grateful that the work that I've done helped me to welcome Samantha into my family, my daughter-in-law. She's a beautiful human being. She is an incredible mother. And had I gone about it any different way, I could have lost my son. I mean, I wasn't going to lose him forever, but it drives wedges in relationships. So in the Intentional Freedom, we really break down your experiences, and you begin to understand why you behave. And you know what? The best part is if you come to the realization that maybe it was something, how you reacted, that made it worse. It's not about standing back and letting something happen to you. It's standing back and understanding what's happening here. So I hope that answered the question. I was going to say, if anyone wanted to text the word feeling, FEELING, to 587-907-8995. I think Brian will put that in the comments. Thank you. If you text the word feeling to that, you will sign up for my newsletter. You'll automatically be signed up, and you get your own feelings wheel. I even have people that have done my workshops that keep it on their refrigerator. So in theory, the only criticism I have about this feelings wheel is there is the good feelings, joyful, powerful, peaceful. The opposite are sad, mad, scared. That's not true. They all matter. But rather than have, the bad ones up top, one of my friends, she puts it this way, so she's always feeling joyful. Whatever works, I think it's great. But the importance is to know that it's okay to feel what you're feeling. And again, what's not okay is to lash out at someone because you're scared. If you can just take that, oh my gosh, I'm scared that this is going to happen, then it recognizes and it takes away the ramping up of the chaos. That makes sense. Yeah. Is there any other questions? No? And how much time do we have? 30 minutes? Okay, 20. Well, you know what I'm going to do, if no one else is going to send in, I'm going to just read another chapter that's really important from my life. 1974. It was a beautiful day. A light breeze cooled the summer heat. It was a perfect day to play in the water and lie on the sandy beach, soaking up the warmth of the sun. I changed into my bathing suit and shorts and headed out the door. As I walked along the highway, my dreamy thoughts of the day to come were interrupted by the sound of a car approaching. I looked around, smiled, and waved. He was headed down the road in my direction and offered me a ride. The walk was at least 4 miles. Maybe he would drive me all the way to the beach. I gladly jumped into the car and made casual conversation. As we reached the turnoff to his destination, he mentioned he had something to show me. Fear began to develop. I didn't trust my instinct. I should have. So just in that story, I went to that blaming myself. As I stepped into the cabin, he smiled and motioned for me to come to the back room. My steps slowed as I pushed down the warning screaming in my head. I could feel a grin, a stupid grin on my face. What did he want to show me? I had been back here a dozen times with the other kids. I peered around the corner and could see the familiar furnishings, the filing cabinet, boxes stacked 3 high, a table, and chairs. In the corner was a small cot. His hands pushed me to the cot and he turned me around to face him. I didn't look at him. My eyes were fixed on the cabinet as he pushed me onto the thin mattress. I crossed my arms over my chest and my head fell to the side. I squeezed my eyes shut, but I couldn't close my nose to the stale alcohol on his breath. He kissed my neck and I wanted to puke. So I'm going to stop at that part of the story. While this next part I'm going to tell you probably seems really counterintuitive, the difference between, there is a difference. I think people equate forgiveness to condoning. There's absolutely no way, shape. Condone's over here, forgiveness is over here. That man was likely, as you go along, as you mature and you find out things, I'm not for a moment suggesting anything other than he had likely been the target of a pedophile when he was young. I don't know. I don't study the world of pedophilia. I don't condone it. But as I went through my years, what I couldn't get in my head was how the rest of his family could forgive him for doing what he did. And when he passed, and actually before he passed, I had gone back home and I was visiting, and he was there. And we actually had a lovely day together, despite I could still, smell that alcohol on his breath. But what I did was, rather than be full of hate, because I couldn't change what's already happened. I'm grateful that I was never around him really much after that, but I couldn't change what happened. But what I could change is having the peace in here that it came from a place of severe damage. And I hope people understand that. If other people want to carry what they would perceive as that anger for that little girl, that's okay. I do not carry that anger anymore. I can't change it. And when the Me Too movement came forward and everyone, it's amazing to me. Someone even said to me the other day, well, we've all been, sexually assaulted. And I find that just so shocking to hear that. I think certainly there's been times when it was really inappropriate behavior. But you know what? I can't change what happened. He's gone now. And I would prefer just to remember the last time that I spent with him, not alone. But he was a different person then. And I don't know if people, when you go to your emotion, you can feel that anger. It was really interesting in my ski group. I skied with a woman who works with that segregation of the population. And she actually said to me, they're just people and they're damaged. And it really struck me as what an incredible person she worked towards, to have that view and that compassion of someone else. So there's an example of that. If anyone wants to have comments, I'm sure they will. It's not about being right or wrong. It's talking about our failings as a human being. I don't know if someone wants to hear a little bit more. We do have a bit of time still, right? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to read this one, October 1992. So I was 30 years old. Children's Aid Society headquarters in Toronto. I sat at the small table wringing my hands. My palms were sweating. As I wiped them on my pants, the fire in my chest worked its way up to my throat and settled there. Carol had come with me for the reunion and was settled discreetly with my son in the waiting room. I was thankful for her support today, my day of answers. So again, what I was envisioning for that day, I had a vision. I was so certain what that was going to look like. The door opened and I stood with a smile to greet the woman who had given birth to me. I felt my knees shaking. Should I walk over and hug her? I didn't know how to act. Instead, I just stood there, feet rooted in the carpet, arms straight at my sides. She slowly walked around me, peering at my face, and asked, "How's your neck?" She had a heavy French accent. My smile felt plastered on, fake, as I repeated her question in my mind. "How's my neck?" Before I could answer, she continued, "You used to sleep on it funny when you were a baby." I answered, not recognizing my own voice. "My neck is fine." Self-conscious strangers. The woman who gave me life, I thought dramatically. Our first conversation together in 30 years. That's it? How's my neck? We didn't hug each other. I was glad to sit back down at the table. Why wasn't this like it happened on TV, where reunions between long-lost loves guaranteed smiles and hugs and tears and "I love you"? Those TV scenes always included a sharing of a photo album. I brought pictures of me. I had brought pictures of me growing up, pictures of me and my cousin dressed up in Halloween costumes, my first day of high school, my college graduation, pictures with my dogs, me looking into the camera with my crooked smile. I offered them to the woman. I scrutinized her as she studied each photo. She looked tired and pale. She was pretty, and large dimples formed in her cheeks when she smiled. Her wide, bright smile. She did have long hair pulled back into a ponytail. I asked her, "Did you bring baby pictures of me with you?" I wanted to see me as a baby. She leaned over to me and looked around the room and whispered dramatically, "I lost them. Someone stole them." I sat there dumbfounded. I had rehearsed this moment since I was a child, but this was nothing like TV. Staged reunions, I thought cynically. I arrived with a long list of questions, but now I could only think of one. I have a memory when I was 2 and a lady, I think it was you, ran up to me, up long stairs like at a courthouse. "Was that you?" She glanced up from the photos in her head. "I don't remember," she said offhandedly. She gave the photos back to me. "I won't keep these if they belong to your mother." The room began to spin as my frustration grew. I could be anywhere having this conversation with a stranger as she asked me what my favorite hobbies were. I wanted to scream. Why are you asking me these inane questions? If this conversation had a title, it surely would be how to sum up the last 30 years of your shitty life in meaningless anecdotes. So I'll stop at that chapter. So if I want to go back to here, this became that little girl very much. It's something else not to ever know what she looked like as a baby. But this woman was the reason I had been shuttled into all of these homes. And it's not about blame, but at that time, it was like, then she told me she gave me up for adoption just to piss my father off, excuse my language. And I was furious. So I went down to that easy one where I was hurt and I was hostile and I was vengeful and I was hateful towards her. When I started to do my healing work, I realized that she was mentally ill. Nobody behaves like that. Nobody does that to a child if they're emotionally intelligent. And she had her own journey, and she was dealing with mental health. That's a whole different area. So when you go into whether health is challenging or lucky, I think she was very challenged, and it was very sad. Now, and I came to that conclusion quickly, and I didn't want her in my life. I didn't want her in my son's life, and I kind of just shut her out. And she had to deal with how that relationship happened with my father. And so I did find forgiveness for her. In fact, she passed away 2 years ago. I've been reunited with that family, who are lovely people. My Aunt Gemma is one of the kindest women you could ever know. And every time I talk to her, she's like, I just want to kiss that little girl. And so she's had to carry this with her. It's not about carrying and feeling bad about what's happened. It's just the way it is. And I felt bad. And of course, I couldn't go back to where the funeral was. In fact, when they asked me, well, we'll hold on to her ashes till you come home and we meet you, there was a little part of me is like, oh, no thanks. I could hold on to anybody's ashes. I mean, really, she really made, no difference in my life other than she's the woman that gave me life, dramatic Helen. But I did end up going to that funeral via FaceTime. And I was actually really sad when they put her box into the ground. I wasn't sad for me. I was sad for her. Because I found my compassion for her. And again, if I hadn't done this work, I could have been very hateful, and it could have been, and sometimes it does fire up for me sometimes where I'm super sad, especially when I see my granddaughter, who is so beautifully cared for, and she's such a lovely human being. I'm not. Helen, 58-year-old Helen's not sad. 2.5-year-old Helen is sad, because I will tell you, as much as you can throw away some of your experiences, there are shades of triggers, whispers, ghosts of the past that never go away. And I can't stress to you enough the importance when you do this work that you recognize that you cannot change anything. You cannot wipe it from your memory. What you can do is carry it with peace. And I felt really sad for that little girl who'd never knew her true mother. Had she not been mentally ill, she came from a beautiful family. The family's amazing, but they were caught too. And I see, my one cousin, when I first met her, she was just crying. And, and my aunt, she's always like, I wish I could have taken you. And it's like, oh my gosh, please don't do that to yourself. So there's that part. Okay, so if you go to my website, just shoot me an email. I actually just did a second edition to this, working on a second edition, because I needed to add a little bit more into the story. So I'm hoping to have that second book out by May. I don't know if my writing coach is staring at me, because right now she's going to tell me she was by February. So that's that book. And then the second book is about after I've done the work. The second book is coming to the place where you really accept. So thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you, Brian. Again, if you text the word feeling, FEELING, to 587-907-8995, that'll get you onto my news list and take you to my website, thegiftofbeingpresent.com. And I hope there was some big takeaways. Please reach out if you need to chat with me more about experiences that I've discussed today. And if you do that, you get your own feelings wheel. And congratulations, because that's the first step to finding peace. Thanks.
Hello, Thrive Tribe, and welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us as we live stream this year's festival from the Malcolm Hotel in the beautiful Rocky Mountains of Canmore, Alberta. If you have any questions about our session today, please just drop us a line on our email at thrivefestivalcanmore@gmail.com or on the YouTube comments, and we'll be sure to get the presenter to answer your question. Also, we are having a contest giveaway every session. Just let us know that you're attending and we will put you in a draw for a free pass to next year's festival. And without further ado, I will hand you over to the beautiful Fiona.
Thank you. Thank you for joining me in this session, I should say, and in this virtual style of conference. Everything is a little bit different this year, as you know. So some of you guys know me and some of you don't. So a little bit about me. I am a mind-body nutrition, fitness, and lifestyle coach, and also a body positivity expert. So right now, I am mainly teaching online fitness classes. Before the pandemic, I was teaching fitness classes in multiple different locations in the Bow Valley. And then when the pandemic hit, I flipped my business online in a short manner of time. And the online classes have been super successful and I've continued them. So I think today, though, will be the most people I've ever had in an online fitness class. So thank you very much for being here and giving me this opportunity. After this is over, I would love it if you could follow me on Instagram. My Instagram handle is Coach Fiona Groves, and you can hear more about my story on there. So what I wanted to do today, rather than just having a workout, I wanted to help you stay motivated and accountable during the pandemic. I'm finding that's one of the biggest challenges with my clients is motivation, especially with fitness and nutrition. It's
it's really easy to use COVID as an excuse. Some examples that come to mind is maybe your kids are home now more than they were before. Maybe your gym is closed. I know a lot of are opening now, but maybe your gym is closed, or maybe your gym is open, but you can't go to the gym still because you're immune compromised or someone in your household is immune compromised. And another big excuse I hear as well is not having any equipment at home. And I'm going to show you in a workout today how you don't even need any actual gym equipment to do a workout at home. So I find that when it comes to staying motivated at times like this, and at any times, to be honest, the key is being very clear on what your why is. Why are you doing what you're doing? When we aren't clear on our why, it's really easy to make excuses because we haven't gone deep into the reasons behind we're setting these goals for ourselves. And then once we have our whys, we can break down those goals using the SMART acronym. So what I'm going to do is we're going to put on the screen just a goal setting sheet that I have done for you. And if you would like a copy of this goal setting sheet, please email me or PM me on social media if you would like a copy of this, and I can email it to you. But feel free to just kind of join me on a piece of paper today and maybe just work through one particular goal that you have. So it could be anything. It could be, I want to start working out again, or I want to get outside every single day, or maybe it's, I want to increase the amount of weight that I'm lifting for such exercise. So it can be any goal that is specific to you. So what we need to do first is we need to find that why that I was talking about. So I'm going to use an example of my own fitness goal here. So I have quite a few that I've put together for myself to be doing at home. And one of mine is actually to be able to walk on my hands. So a handstand walk. So when I look at my whys, I'm like, okay, so what is my first whys? The first thing is I want to push myself out of my comfort zone. I find like going to the gym, lifting weights, these are my comfort zone. Being upside down on my hands and trying to lift them off the ground and walk, that is totally out of my comfort zone. My second level of why is because I want to be able to do more in the CrossFit workouts that I do. Right now, if there is a workout with a handstand walk, I can't do it. So I want to be able to do more. And then my third level of why is because once the pandemic is over and there are CrossFit competitions again, I want to be able to compete at the more elite level. And in order to do this, I have to be able to do this handstand walk. So I want you to just take a little moment and just think of one thing that you would like to achieve during the pandemic. And just going through those three levels of why. And this is obviously very individual to each person. I find a lot of times with whys, we start to, a lot of times people will start to get into family, or it might even end up being for a health condition that you have. So these whys are very, very personal to yourself. Maybe you want to set an example to your children. Maybe you want to just be healthier overall. Maybe you want to be able to do a 5-kilometer run next year. So they're the whys that we're looking for. We're trying to go deeper and deeper and deeper to give our goals more meaning. And if you need more time, this is something that you can definitely work on later, especially if you want to get a copy of that goal setting sheet. So then we break down our goals. So we're going to use the SMART acronym. So SMART. So we're going to be specific. The more detailed we can be, the better. We are going to measure our goals. So measurable is the second one. So how will you measure your progress, which will ultimately lead to your success? The goal needs to be action-oriented. So essentially, what are you going to do in order to achieve that goal? The next one is relevant. There's a few different versions of this one with regards to the R. But I like to use relevant. So how does your goal align with your values and or your bigger picture? And then the last one is time. So you need to set a deadline for when you're going to achieve this goal. Otherwise, it's putting off for another 2 months, or I'm just going to forget about that and I'm just going to work on something else. So time is key. So you guys can work through that at your own pace. And I'm going to give you the breakdown of mine. So we're going back to my handstand walk. And you guys are going to see that on the screen there now to break it down. So I need to be more specific with that. So I want to be able to walk upside down on my hands for 25 feet. So that is now a very specific goal. How do I measure that? I can put markers out on the floor and actually try and walk on my hands between those markers so I know I'm going that 25 feet. Action. So I actually wrote this down and then had a little laugh to myself and spoke to the CrossFit coach that I actually work with in Banff, because my action here is that I am going to practice 3 times a week. So you guys are all hearing that too. So he now knows that as well. So I'm going to practice this 3 times a week. Relevant. So I am a CrossFit coach, and then I compete in CrossFit competitions. So this is relevant to both what I do for work and also what I want to do competing wise, which is actually a form of marketing for my business. And then the time, I've given myself until the end of December to do this. So I need to get started on those 3 sessions a week of practicing. So I know for me, my goals for fitness through the pandemic, and especially during the lockdown earlier on in the year, mine were very skill specific, but yours could be anything. So this sheet, again, if this is something that you would like to work on, please email me and I will send you a copy. All right. So once you have your breakdown, that's when you need to put it into action. So, I mean, for me, I've put my action is going to be, I'm going to practice 3 times a week. Well, it's all well and good to say that, but then I got to make sure that happens. So here are some little suggestions I have for you on ways that you can hold yourself accountable to your goals. So a key that I always tell clients is you need to block out time for movement. So you need to put it in your calendar. You need to put it on the fridge or your Apple calendar, your Google calendar, or you need to put it in your day planner, but you've got to block it out like it was a meeting. And then schedule everything else around it. Obviously, things will happen when it's not possible, but whenever possible, you want to put that in. It's an appointment. It's something you need to stick to. Another one I love is getting the family on board, although I'm not about to get my husband to walk upside down on his hands with me. But if your goal is simply to move for 30 minutes every day, that might be going for a walk with your kids or your partner. Maybe you go for a family bike ride. So getting the family on board is a really fun way to do it, especially when we're in a situation like we are now. Another key thing when it comes to fitness is making it fun. So yes, we are sometimes going to go outside of our comfort zone when we are exercising, but it needs to be something that you enjoy. So if you're running every day, but you hate running, maybe running is not the best option for you. So make movement fun. Choose movement that you actually enjoy. Get creative with what you can use from around the house. So we're going to do that today. And then another thing I like to suggest is actually using mantras. So using the words I will can have a huge impact on our accountability towards ourselves. So here's some examples for you. This week, I will move my body every day. This week, I will focus on my self-care. So that's like a week in advance, and then you could have one on a daily basis. So today, I will go to the gym. Today, I will go for a walk. So using those mantras and those words, I will, it boosts your confidence and your belief in yourself, and then you're going to be well on your way to achieving those goals. Okay, let's move. So we are going to need a chair, a backpack, some food cans, and then a jug of some kind. So I have a milk jug. So my husband is going to come home and not be able to find his milk because I've poured it into a bunch of water bottles. So you're going to need your milk jug, or like a laundry liquid jug works really well as well. And then if you do have weights at home, please feel free to use them. But I'm just trying to show you how you can use objects from around your house as equipment for a full body functional workout. If you have a skipping rope at home too, you're more than welcome to use a skipping rope. I am going to give as many modifications as I can, but if you do have injuries, because I can't see you, please be mindful of those injuries and your own limitations. So what we're going to do is we are going to start with a little bit of a mobility warm-up, and then we have a circuit. Our circuit's actually 19 stations, but 2 of them are rests. So the first circuit, we're going to move it a little bit quicker so that I have time to give you the instructions for the exercise that's coming next. And then circuit 2 and 3, we're going to do them back to back, and the interval is going to be a little bit longer. We are then going to do a group stretch at the end, and that is when you will have the chance to ask me some questions if you have them. Okay, let's get to it. All right. So we are going to start down a tabletop position, fingertips forward. We're just going to go into a couple of rounds of cat and cow. Just warming up through the spine. Let's do 2 more. And then just bring the hands out a little bit further. So we're going to come into a kneeling plank, and then we're going to shift the bum back towards the heels into a child's pose, feeling a nice stretch down the sides of the body. One more. And then when you're forward in that plank, tuck the toes under, come into a downward dog shape. It doesn't matter what it looks like. And we're just going to pump out the heels to get a nice little stretch through the calf muscles. For 3, 2, 1. And then making your way up to a standing position. And then we're just going to jog or march on the spot. I have been filming lots of classes, so this is nothing new to me. And then just bringing it down to a march, we're going to go for a couple of great big shoulder rolls. You guys are going to see me sweat today under these lights too. And then a couple of shoulder rolls forward. And then back to that jog, or maybe you're just marching on the spot. And then we're going to go with a nice wide-legged stance. We're going to do a couple of windmills toe to toe. One more each direction. And then back onto the spot. Jog or march. You guys are in the privacy of your own home. You can dance here if you want. And then just widening the feet. We're just going to go into a little bit of a twist. And then last time, back into that jog or march on the spot. And then we're going to make our way down to the floor from here. So our first round of our circuit, we are going to do 30 seconds on, 15 seconds off, so that I have a really short to give you the instructions for the next exercise. So we're going to start on our back. And just before we start our first circuit, we're just going to go into a couple of windshield wipers. So dropping the knees from side to loosen up through the low back. Two more each side. All right. So we're going to start with a hip bridge. So you could put your backpack on your hips for this. You could put your like your laundry liquid jug, your like your milk jug, whatever you're using there. You can put that on your hips. I'm going to start just with body weight. All right, so 30 seconds, we're going to bring the heels nice and close to the bum. And then we're going to lift the hips up and down in our hip bridge. 30 seconds on, 15 seconds off. You guys are going to hear my timer as well. All right, take a deep breath in. And with your exhale, you're going to lift your hips up and then lower down with the inhale. Exhale. Squeezing the glutes nice and tight as you lift up. If you are using weights, you're going to have them on the hips. I think I'm losing my microphone. So keep going on that bridge. Perfect. All right, 15-second break. Exercise number 2 is a dead bug. So we're going to be on our back. Knees at 90 degrees, arms up from the shoulders. Push your spine down into the floor. And then with me, we're going to exhale. We're going to extend our right arm and our left leg. Bring it back into the center. Extend right leg and left arm. So this is a body weight exercise. Pushing your spine down into the floor, finding that connection. If you have any discomfort in the low back here, you can slide the hands under the bum and just do the legs instead. All right, 15 seconds. Exercise number 3 is going to be a skip. So we're going to skip on the spot. If you happen to have a skipping rope, please use your skipping rope. Going in 3, 2, 1. All right, I'm going to use a pretend rope here. So maybe you're skipping 1 foot at a time like I am now. Maybe you're skipping 2 feet together. Maybe going backwards. Some kind of skip on the spot. If you need low impact, just march it out on the spot here. Fifteen-second break. We are going to go into a squat. So a couple of options here. You can hug your backpack to your front. You could put your backpack on your back, and you could also use a chair. All right. Inhale down, exhale up for that squat. If you've got the backpack on your back, hold on to the straps so it doesn't shift down your back. I personally quite like holding my pack in the front. Inhale down, exhale up. Connecting to the floor with heels and toes. Knees tracking over your toes. Core nice and tight. Rest, 15 seconds. We're going to go into a jumping jack. Modification for a jumping jack. is a half jack, so just going one side at a time. Otherwise, jumping jack. Hopefully you're smiling. Option is to do that half jack, one side at a time. You got it. For 3, 2. All right, we're going into a single arm row. This is where you're going to use your chair and either your full jug or your backpack. So we're going to put our object in our left hand. Place your right hand on the bottom of the chair or maybe a little bit higher. And we're going to squeeze the elbow in towards the body. Keep the elbow nice and tight to the body. Keep the core tight and head in line with the spine. I have tried to do a ton of exercises for you guys today so you can just get lots of ideas for every part of the body. Rest for 15 seconds. We're going to do the same thing on the other side now. So left hand is going to go on your chair, right arm with your object, and row. Again, if you have weights at home, please feel free to use weights. Squeezing the elbow in, really getting those back muscles working. We have everyone's favorite next. We have burpees. I'm going to show you a ton of modifications. All right. Your object is going to go to the side. Burpees. So we can modify our burpee using our chair. You can have your hands on your chair. You can step back your burpee, or you are going to do your burpees on the floor. All right. Our full burpee looks like this, chest to floor. You can modify that. You can step it back, chest to floor. Maybe you're jumping back to a plank. Maybe you're not jumping up. And again, maybe you're using that chair. So you're still going through range of motion, but we don't have any impact. 5, 4. All right. We are now on a 30-second break. Who doesn't like 30-second breaks? So a 30-second break, and then we're going to move into a Bulgarian split squat. So if you are not doing Bulgarian split squats, I want you to hold onto the chair, and you're going to tip forward in a single leg deadlift. Otherwise, you are going to join me with your back foot on your chair, your front foot forward, chest up, eyes up, and then we're going to lunge down from there. You ready? Okay. Inhale down, exhale up. Inhale down, exhale up. You could weight this, holding your weights down beside the body. Inhale down, exhale up. Roll the shoulders back, keeping nice and strong with posture. And then shaking out the legs from there. And we're going to repeat that on the other side. If your platform doesn't work for your toe down, you can also tuck that back foot up. So back foot on your chair. And we're going to lower down with an inhale, up with an exhale. You got it. Inhale down, exhale up. So we're looking to really get that back knee back towards the chair here. Inhale down, exhale up. Your option here, again, is beside the chair and doing a single leg deadlift if your knees do not work for you in the Bulgarian split squat. Taking that rest, we're going into push-ups. All right, so your push-ups could be against a wall. They could be on your knees, hands wide, or they could be on your toes. All right, let's go. Inhale down, exhale up. Maybe you're on your toes. Inhale down, exhale up. Maybe you're over against a wall. I got a window here. I'm not going to put up my hands on it, but you'll push in and out from the window. Hands are nice and wide here. And then breathe in and then out. For 5, 4, 15-second break. We are going to go into high knees next, so either at a march or a sprint. When we go through our next 2 rounds of our push-ups, if you want to put your backpack on your back, you can. All right, so high knees, either jogging it out, sprinting it out, or marching it out. So bringing your knees up nice and high, using those arms, and then just driving those knees out. Sprinting if you can, otherwise just getting your knees up nice and high, marching it out. It's very hard for me to talk when I'm doing those really quickly, so I'll do them with you on the next round. 3, 2, 1. You are going to grab your 2 food cans. We are going to go into a lateral shoulder raise. So feet are going to be hip width apart. We're going to have those cans just come together in front. Take an inhale. Exhale, raise the arms up to shoulder height. Inhale. Up for the exhale. You got it. Make sure the elbow is a little soft here so we're not locking our arms out straight. Rest. Keep a hold of your food cans. We're going to do some single leg lunges with a bicep curl, but we're going to keep going on the bicep curls. So the lighter weight is actually good. So let's have our left foot forward, and we're going to step back into a lunge with a bicep curl. Shoulders stay back, chest stays up nice and high. You'll see my back knee is tapping the floor, but you might just go back in a lunge that hovers with the knee. If you have knee issues, please just do bicep curls. I have cans of black beans here, and they're all moving around in the can. So that left foot is staying grounded to the floor. Rest for 15 seconds, and guess what? We're going to do the other side. So we're going to be right foot on the floor, stepping back with the left. Please just do a bicep curl if lunges are not for your body. All right. Step back with the left foot, right foot on the floor. Inhale as you step up. Exhale as you come back. All right, taking a break for 15 seconds. We're going to keep these again. We're going to go into a tricep kickback. So we'll be hinging forward from the hips, keeping the knees soft. We're going to bring the elbows up beside the body, and then we're going to hinge and extend the elbows. All right, join me for 30 seconds. Inhale, exhale, extend. When we're in this position, it's super important to keep the lower belly nice and tight, supporting the lower back. It's a nice engaged core. Full extension from that arm. So essentially, it's just working like a pendulum. 3, 2, 1. Put your thinking caps on. I am giving you guys a freestyle round. Cardio of choice. So get creative. If you have some stairs, run up your stairs. If you have a mini tramp, I want you to jump on that mini tramp. Do any kind of exercise or cardio that you like. If it was me, I would be skipping. You can do jumping jacks. You can do more burpees. We have skater jumps. You could do some cross-country skiers. If I had stairs, I would run up and down the stairs. Again, mini tramps work great. If you have a punching bag, do some boxing. any kind of movement. Keep working. You've got 3, 2, 1. I just put up 2 fingers. 1. All right. Those are our 17 exercises. So I know it's a lot, but I just want to give you guys an idea of how you can pretty much use an object from your house to do any kind of exercise. It doesn't matter if it's not heavy. It can be super light. And you're going to see now that we go up to 40 seconds that we're going to do some higher reps. All right. Are you ready to do the full 2 rounds? Okay. So we are now on 40 seconds of each interval. 2 rounds straight through. I'm going to give you some options to maybe make the exercises harder. And I'm always going to give you those options to modify it to make it a little easier. All right, we are going to go back into our bridges. Option here. You could put your feet on your chair. Maybe you've got your jug on your hips. Maybe you've got your backpack on your hips. All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Lift up, squeeze the glutes tight, lower down with control. We are exhaling with that lift. Again, the feet on the chair here is just an option. Otherwise, keep the feet down on the floor. You might be doing this with body weight. So before, we had a 15-second break. Now we're going through with no breaks there. We're just going to keep pushing through. So it means if we're coming on and off the floor, we just got to move quick. Squeeze those glutes tight for 8, 7. We're heading into our dead bug after this. So heading into core. All right. Dead bug. Push the spine down. Inhale, extend one leg, opposite arm, and then the other side. You want to keep connection to the floor, so you shouldn't be able to push anything underneath your back. I kept the core work pretty minimal in today's workout, just so you guys could get an idea of how many strength exercises you can do at home without equipment. We are skipping after this, so it's going to be a quick transition up to our feet. All right, come on up. If you have a rope, please use a rope. And we're going into that skip. 2 feet. Maybe it's the alternating foot. Maybe you're just marching it out on the spot. After our skip, we are going into our squats. Maybe it's a front squat, hugging your chair. Maybe your chair, your backpack, this guy. Maybe it's a back squat with it on your back. Maybe you're squatting to the chair. Maybe you're just doing body weight. You can even hold your milk jug, your laundry liquid jug for 3, 2, 1. I'm going to grab my backpack. I'm going to use my chair as well. My heels are underneath my shoulders, toes slightly turned out. I'm going to squat to my chair with an inhale, push with an exhale. You don't have to use that chair. And you don't have to. Time for our jumping jacks. Let's get that heart rate up. Either a regular jumping jack, 2 feet, or 1 foot at a time if you want to make it a little bit harder. You can go into a plyo jack. Out, down, landing nice and softly with the feet. Otherwise, half jack or full jumping jack. We're going back into our rows after this. 10 seconds. Keep working at those jumping jacks. Keep that speed going. 5, 4. Into our single arm rows. So I'm rowing on my right side this time, just because that's where my chair is for you guys. So you can go on either side. Spine neutral. Keep the elbow in nice and tight. You could use your backpack here. or keeping it with your jug. Exhale with the row. Switch sides, so straight into the other side. Keeping that elbow in nice and tight. You got this. We got our burpees after this, but then you got your 40-second break. All right, straight into those burpees. I'm going to with the chair for those using it. Maybe you jump. Maybe you step back. Maybe you jump. Maybe you jump back. Maybe there's no jump. But you're still going through the exact same movement as the full burpee, which takes us to the floor. So modifying that burpee as you need, but everyone can go through those movements. You don't have to be jumping. You don't have to be going to the floor. Working through the same movements in the way that works for your body. All right, let's take a 40-second break. Catching your breath. After this, we are going into those Bulgarian split squats. Remember, if you're not doing the Bulgarian split squats, you might be doing the single leg deadlift, and you might even grab your food cans. So you might tip forward with an inhale, stand up with an exhale, rather than doing the Bulgarian split squats. All right, this one, a little tricky to set up. So one leg is gonna go onto that chair, toe down or toe tucked. I'm gonna hop out just a little bit, roll my shoulders back, inhale down, exhale up. You could be holding your backpack here. Inhale, exhale. You could hold your jug. This is a little test of my balance. All right, quick transition, other side. Tuck your toe onto that chair. And then going into it. Again, maybe using your water jug, your milk jug, your laundry liquid jug, maybe using your backpack. After this, we are going into push-ups. You have the option in 7, 6. If you can get your backpack on quick enough, push-ups, backpack on, let's go. Maybe you're on the knees. And knowing that that backpack is just an option. You don't have to put it on. You could just be body weight. Knees. Toes. I always say to people too, if you're doing a push-up on your toes and you're moving like this, you're actually better off doing that push-up on your knees because you're not going through that full range of motion of the push-up. So you're not getting that full work into the chest. All right, come on up. High knees, maybe you're marching it out. Maybe you're sprinting it out. Use your arms. Work hard here because after this, it's all strength training again until the last interval, cardio of choice. All right, I gotta make sure my microphone doesn't come off. So high knees, use your arms, or maybe you're just marching it out. Whatever works for you, but get those knees up. Keep your abs nice and tight. 10 seconds, keep moving. You got this. We're going into lateral raises in 5, 4. All right, grab those food cans. Out, down. Got it. So you see my arms are not locked straight. There's a little bit of a bend to the elbow. Just going to shoulder height. All right, straight into lunges. Step back with the right leg. Keep those food cans. So essentially, we're going to bicep curl for 1 minute and 20 seconds. So if you're using food cans, it's a great weight because we're going very high rep. I like to start my bicep curls with my hands like this, not like this. Then I can work through a full range of motion, and I can keep my shoulders back. Whereas if I'm here, then my shoulders end up staying forward. Keep the shoulders back. Again, please just bicep curls, switch sides if you have knee issues and can't lunge. We're almost there. We are going into our tricep kickbacks next, and then you go into your cardio of choice again. All right, tricep kickbacks. Bending forward from the hips. Pendulum with the arm. So think, hinge from the elbows, full extension, squeeze your tricep at the top. So the tendency on these is to drop the elbows, keep the elbows up. Belly nice and tight. So really activate pelvic floor, lower abdominals, head neutral to the spine, keep it strong. You've got it. I am sweating, I hope you are too. All right, cardio of choice. What are you doing? Are you running upstairs? Are you on a mini tramp? I want you to work so hard for this 40 seconds. If it was me, I would skip, or I would run up and down my stairs in my townhouse, probably dodging my dog on the way. Max effort for this one if you can, because we are heading into a 40-second rest. If you guys haven't figured out by now, I am not originally from Canada. My accent is a little bit mixed up. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take a break. Taking a 40-second break. And then we're going to do all of that one more time. All right. 20 seconds, and then we're going to go back into our hip bridge. So maybe you are body weight. Maybe you are adding an object to your hips. Maybe you're elevating the hips. I mean the feet. All right. I'm going to start with my feet up just to make my bridge a little harder. We're going now. All right, push the hips up, squeeze the glutes. Maybe your feet are down on the floor. I always say to people that if you pretend you have like a credit card or a $100 bill between your butt cheeks, you want to squeeze it so hard it doesn't fall out. If I was in a live class, I would threaten to go and pick up all the credit cards and the $100 bills that were on the ground. So squeeze your glutes nice and tight. All right, dead bug. Maybe this time you grab your food cans. Extend. Inhale back to neutral. Extend the other side. Push your spine down. Nothing should be able to get between your spine and the floor. Head stays down here. All right, let's come up and skip. So we are skipping 40 seconds. Maybe you're lucky enough to have a rope at home, but it doesn't matter if you don't. Skipping on the spot. After this, we are going into our squats. Maybe you're gonna have your backpack on your back. Maybe you're gonna hug it in. Maybe you're gonna use that chair. 5, 4. All right, let's go into those squats. I'm gonna hug my pack in. Inhale down, exhale up. The key with the squats is to not have too small a stance. If my feet are right under my hips here, this is as far as I go. As soon as I go a little bit wider, my heels are under my shoulders, toes are slightly turned out, way much more mobility in my pelvis, and suddenly I'm down here. All right, jumping jacks. Maybe you're doing half jack. It all works. Maybe you're doing plyo jack. So there's 3 levels there. Level 1, step jack. Level 2, regular jumping jack. Level 3, plyo jack. For 8, 7, don't stop. You got it. 3, 2, 1. Back to single arm rows. We're going straight into it. Hand on your chair. You could always have your hand a little bit higher if you need it for your back. But you'll get more range of motion if you're down a little bit lower. You got this. That's it. 3, 2, 1, switch sides. Nice work, everyone. I almost forgot what was next. Oh yeah, it's burpees. 4, 3, 2, 1. Last set of burpees for today. Use that chair if you need it. Knowing that you're going into a 40-second break after this, so let's work hard. Maybe you're giving it a go and you're doing that full burpee chest to floor. Hands are right underneath the shoulders. You got this. Maybe you're using the chair. Maybe you're stepping back that burpee. Maybe you're just going to a plank. Just keep working through that motion. Up, step, step, up. Everyone can work through those movements. 3, 2, 1. Rest. I love it when people tell me they can't do a burpee. But everyone can do a burpee. Just use a chair. You could even do this on the wall. You just have your hands on the wall. So you're still working through the same movements, so the same movement pattern. All right. We're into our second half here. We are going into that Bulgarian split squat. Remember, you might be doing single leg deadlift. I'm going to grab my cans here. I'm going to place my back foot on my chair, position my front foot, roll my shoulders back. All right, let's do this. Inhale down, pushing that back knee towards the chair. Exhale up. Again, you might be using your backpack. You might be using your water jug. We're at 10 seconds. All right, let's switch. Other foot on the chair, get that front foot in place. Inhale down. Exhale up. You got this. Push-ups are next. Remember, you have the option to add a backpack. 15 seconds. 8. Whee! Multitasking, trying to look at my timer at the same time. All right, push-ups, hands wide. Are you on your knees? Are you on your toes? Do you have a backpack on? If you have a small child, they also work in replacement for a backpack. Small child on back, and then push up. So there's always things that you can use from around the home. All right, 15 seconds on those push-ups. Then we are going into our high knees. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 exercises from the end. 3, 2, 1. All right, high knees, bringing those knees up nice and high. I gotta watch my microphone. Nice and high there. Maybe you're just marching it out. Get those knees up nice and high. Just keep moving here. Again, hopefully you're sweating as much as I am. Drive the knees up nice and high. Gonna get that guy out of the way. All right, keep pumping those knees. Maybe you're sprinting it out. Maybe you're marching. 10 seconds. We're going into lateral raises, our lunges, kickbacks, and then a last all-out effort of your choice. Grab those food cans, lateral raises, knees soft, feet under hips. Inhale. Got it. So these lateral raises never need to be super heavy. If they're really heavy, we end up doing this or this. So a lighter weight is actually better for these smaller muscles. Almost there. We are there. All right, left leg on the floor, right leg steps back for that lunge. Big full range bicep curls. Inhale. Exhale with the curl and the lunge. Again, you're just doing bicep curls if you have knee issues or any other reason why you can't lunge. Awesome work. Keep lunging. 10 seconds. Switch sides, right foot on the floor. We're almost there. We got triceps. And then one last round of cardio. Keep moving here. You got 12 seconds. All right, tricep kickbacks. Hinge forward. Extend those arms. Hinge from the elbow. Full extension. Belly nice and tight here. Knees soft so we're not locking out those knees. Squeeze those triceps. All right, last cardio of choice. What are you doing? run your stairs. Maybe you're doing burpees again because you love them. I nearly wore a shirt that says, I thought you said Slurpees, but I didn't wear it. I don't know how much you guys can see I'm sweating here, but hopefully you're sweating as much as I am. You got 20 seconds, let's push it hard. Maybe you're running laps of your living room. Maybe you're dancing with your kids, just anything for 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Nice work, everyone. All right, so grabbing a sip of water, and then we're gonna go through a nice long stretch. And then this is the time that you can send through your questions if you have any, and I'm just gonna run through that goal setting sheet again as well. I'm regretting not bringing a towel. All right, so we're gonna come down onto the floor, and we're just gonna start with our feet joined together in front. So then taking us back to that goal setting, what is your why? Without a why, it's really, really hard to stay accountable to your goals. And then when we go through those 3 levels of why, it's really easy to stick to your goals. Imagine if your goal, if your first why and then your second why and then your third why is like, because I want to be able to play with my kids more. So suddenly if you're like, okay, no, I'm gonna skip my workout today, you're like, hang on, I'm gonna be able to play with my kids more. So suddenly you have the reason why you should not skip that workout. We're gonna extend one leg out and then turn our shoulders towards our foot, and we're gonna lean in for a hamstring stretch. Once we've determined our whys, that's when we break down that goal. Be specific about your goal. And then how are you going to measure your progress or your success? What is your action? So how are you going to put it into place? How is it relevant to your values or your bigger picture? And then when are you going to achieve this goal? And then we're going to switch sides there. Oh, sweaty. Square off the shoulders and then leaning forward. And then just running through those tips again. If your action was you're going to work out 5 days a week, you need to put those 5 workouts in your calendar. Put them in your Google Calendar. Put them in your phone. Put them in your on your wall calendar. Block them in as if they were a dentist appointment. They're exactly the same thing. They're an appointment. They're a commitment. And then going back to the other side, we're going to come down onto the ground. We're going to cross our leg over the other foot, and we're going to reach either behind the hamstring or in front of the shin for a hip and glute stretch. Maybe you're getting your family on board, so maybe you're doing family workouts. Making your movement and your exercise fun. Hopefully this was fun. And then switching sides. Reaching through, and then remembering that mantra, well, those mantras, I should say. So it's easy to say, okay, well, I'm going to try and go to the gym today. But you haven't used the right language. So instead of saying, I'm really hoping to go to the gym today. Your language in your head is, I will go to the gym today. And then coming up from there into a seated position, or you could also stand for this. One arm across in front. Again, if you would like one of the golden sheets sent to you, please email me. And then the other thing too is that if I have a special treat for you guys, that if you would like to try one of my online fitness classes, if you go to fitbyfiona.com and you go to the button to sign up for a class, use the code THRIVE, all lowercase it, 2020, and you'll get the class for free. My little treat for you guys. And if you forget the code, email me. And then the other side. And then we're going to move into triceps, arm up, and then grabbing onto your elbow. And then just a little bit of a pull and a tiny side lean. And then the other side. Finding that elbow and then maybe just a gentle tilt to the side. And we're going to have one arm in front, just grabbing onto the fingertips, drawing them back towards you. And then the other side. Have to make our way up. So heading into that down dog position that we had at the start. But this time, rather than pumping out the heels, we're just going to transition to one leg. Just cross the other foot over the back of the ankle, just to get a nice deep stretch down that calf. And then switch to the other side. And then making your way up to a standing position. Please use your chair if you need to. We're going to stretch into the quads, so maybe holding onto your chair or wall if it's nearby. Bringing your foot in towards the butt, keeping your knees nice and close together here And then if you're not holding on, maybe you extend the other arm up, otherwise holding on for balance. And then switching sides. And then having a seat on your chair, heading into one of my favorite stretches. So having a seat on your chair and then crossing one foot over and then onto the knee. Now, if you cannot get your foot up onto your knee, you can cross your foot over your ankle and do this stretch that way. Otherwise, sitting up nice and tall, take a deep breath in and then exhale, folding forward to feel that nice deep stretch into the hip. This is great for anyone who spends a lot of time sitting. You can play around with this stretch too. You could lift your bottom heel up and down to get a little bit of a pulse into the hip. And then switch sides, although I could probably stay there forever, but so again, figure four. Sit up nice and tall, take an inhale, and with that exhale, fold forward. So the option is foot onto your ankle, and then folding forward from there. And then maybe you pulse with that left heel or the heel that's down. And then release. Twist around to, I'm going to do opposite. Twist around to your right. Grab onto either your hip, your chair, and then the other arm reaching around to the other side of the chair to get a nice big twist around the back. And then the other side. Grabbing onto the chair, onto your leg, other arm behind the chair, twist. Release. Clasping the fingers behind the back or grabbing the back of your chair, just going into a nice chest, heart, and shoulder opener. If it's comfortable, you can lift your chin up. You could also do this standing. And release. Drop your head over to your left shoulder. So I'm going to mirror you guys. And then extend the arm down, push through the hand. Maybe a few fingers just to deepen that stretch. And other side. So you're now right ear to right shoulder. And then just dropping the chin down. Maybe a few fingertips behind the head. And just a couple of shoulder rolls. So thank you for joining me. Again, that code is Thrive 2020 if you want to get a free class. And then please reach out to me if you would like to get the goal setting sheet. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm all sweaty.
I know. I was sweating watching you. And hi, everybody. We're still live here. We do love questions. So if you have any questions, please send them through to thrivefestivalcanmore@gmail.com. And we would absolutely love to hear from you. Fiona's got some nice gifts for you for joining us today. And also don't forget that if you're attending this session with Fiona, your name will get put into a draw for a free pass for next year. So make sure you email us if you want us to put your name in the hat. And also just making sure that you join us for our next session, which is a crystal bowl healing session. And Denise will be presenting that with us today. So we're really excited about that, and that will start in about 15 minutes. We'll look forward to seeing you very shortly. Thanks, Fiona.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Thrive Health and Wellness Festival 2020, brought to you virtually in beautiful Canmore, Alberta. Thank you again for joining us today. This is our last session today. It's been a fantastic day so far, and you are in for a real treat. We have Denise Swick here. Carolyn unfortunately couldn't make it today. She had some personal things that came up that she's dealing with. But she's sent Denise in her stead, and we're super excited to have Denise Swick with us today to do a crystal sound bowl healing session.
Thank you.
So thank you, Denise, and I will allow you to take it from here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be here today. I do actually have a message from Caroline. She is unfortunately unable to be with us today here with you, as she does have a family emergency, but her message to you is, Caroline is saying here, I wanted to take a quick moment to apologize for not being able to be here this afternoon. You are in beautiful hands with the lovely Denise, nice of her to say, as she guides you on this journey. In this time, your love and prayers are appreciated, and I look forward to seeing you all at the next event. Much love from Caroline. So, what I'll be doing with you is I'll just start out with doing a little bit of a meditation with you, and then we'll move into the sound of the bowls. What's great about these is, especially after that wonderful session that you just had, with these, you just get to lie back or sit, whatever's most comfortable for you, and enjoy the sound of the bowls being played. And you'll get to enjoy the vibrations and the sounds as they go. Of course, these are made from quartz, so you'll be getting the vibrations and also the different notes activating different parts of your body, and it's very, very relaxing as well. So we'll just have everybody starting to get themselves relaxed, whatever that means for you. We'll start off with just sort of finding our center. We'll start off with taking 4 deep breaths, and each breath we'll just have them go, bring them in deeper and deeper and releasing deeper and deeper. So the first one, we'll breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth. In through the nose and out through the mouth. And again, deeper, pulling in through the nose and out through the mouth. 4th one, really pulling in and release. Just letting everything go. And so we'll just starting with the feet, allowing your feet to just relax. Just letting your breath come in and out and letting your feet relax to the ankles, the legs, moving up your legs and allowing yourself to just Let the day release. Let it go. Moving up to the knees and the thighs, just letting your legs just let go, moving up the body, letting everything release. With each breath in and out, releasing more and more, just letting the energy go from the day. And then moving up into the hips. Maybe just wiggle them back and forth a little bit, let them find their place. Releasing, letting go. And this brings us to the root chakra. Bringing the energy in there with a breath. And releasing, letting go. Allowing the root chakra to open up for the sounds of the bowls and the vibrations and the energy. Moving up to the sacral chakra. Allowing your breath to go into there, into the belly. Sending love and energy into that area. In and out, releasing, opening for healing. And now we'll move into the solar plexus. Breath in and out. That's the seat. So what some would call the seat of the soul, that's at the solar plexus chakra. Allowing that with your breath to just release and open. Now moving up into the heart. Allowing each breath, rise and fall of your chest, just opening up the heart. Allowing healing to come in, heart and higher heart, just this upper area of the chest here. Now moving up into the throat. Letting the throat muscles relax. Obviously mine are, I misspoke. Just allowing the muscles to relax in your neck. Let the bowls self-express for you. Now just moving up into the jaw. Moving up into the face. Just let your face relax. Let all the tension go. Letting your eyes close so that you can focus on the sound of the bowls. Just letting your cheeks relax. Now we'll move up into the forehead, the third eye. And let in and out breath, just bringing in energy and releasing any tension that you might have in that area. And moving up to the top of the head. Even just let your the crown of your head, taking in and out breaths and allowing that energy, allowing it to release any tension and open up for the beautiful healing energies that you'll be receiving from the bowls today. And as I was saying, when the bowls are being played, you may actually find that you might have reactions in the body. That's actually perfectly natural. Feel free to hum or tone along with the bowls as well. It's always a wonderful thing to be able to do that. It's as you want. Any thoughts that may come to mind, just let them go. Float like clouds in the sky. Just let them float by and bring yourself back to the sounds of the bowls. And enjoy. Allowing the sounds and the vibrations of the bowls and the music to settle into the cells of your body. Bringing yourself back into your body. Allowing movement to come back in. Slowly but surely, wiggling your fingers and your toes. Maybe rocking yourself from side to side, just bringing a little bit more movement. A really good thing would be to bring your knees up to your chest and either rock back and forth or forward and back. That's a really great way to stretch your back and just allow everything to go into the cells of the body, all the vibrations and energy. And just bringing yourself back. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much for taking part. If anybody has any questions at all, please feel free to ask. You can get in touch with Caroline at carolinedalton.ca. And also you'll notice that she's posted a link on the event page she said that quite often people ask where the bowls come from. And there might be paint in my hair because I'm working with some people called Starlight Portal. You can get in touch with them at starlightportal.com, but they are literally in the process of taking over Amarilla's Crystal Garden in Cochrane. So, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Denise. That was beautiful. I really loved having the opportunity to experience this for the first time. It was absolutely beautiful.
Thank you.
So I want to thank Denise Swick for joining us today for our last session for Thrive Health and Wellness Festival 2020. Our love and prayers also go out to Caroline Dalton at this time as she's dealing with some family things that are never fun to have to deal with. We had an amazing day starting with Jess, myself, and this morning, and then continuing with Helen and Denise and Fiona this afternoon. Just a few little things about the Thrive Health and Wellness Festival. It was really created to bring the community of our community and connect with people outside of our community, to bring us all together to create this amazing festival with everything to do with health and wellness. So experiences, normally we have lots of people, we're having lots of fun. This is would have been our third year, but thanks to Brian and Brittany, we were able to do this virtually, which is a little bit different than what we had planned. But here we are in the middle of a pandemic, doing, adjusting and adapting to whatever is going on out there. So definitely a little different than what we had expected, but it's really wonderful to bring the Thrive Tribe together and have the opportunity to do this. All of the sessions for today will be on our YouTube channel, so they will be broadcast on our YouTube channel, which they will stay there, which is thrivefestivalcanmore.com. Thanks, Brian. little, yes, I got it right from. So the theme for this year was emergence. The only way out is through, and sometimes that's just how it has to be. How we're going to get through this pandemic is connecting, supporting each other. We're all in this together. We need to help each other through it. So I'm very grateful for all of you for joining us today. Just as a little reminder, if you were in the sessions today, please let us know by sending us an email to thrivefestivalcanmore@gmail.com. Your name will go in a draw to win a free pass for next year's festival. So we'll be handing out 5 of those, one for each session that people attended today, which is really exciting. I also want to thank Brian from Bow Media for doing our live streaming. He did a wonderful, wonderful job. He's waving to you in the window over there. And Brittany, of course, for being my my right and left hand the last couple of weeks as we very spontaneously pulled this all together. I think that it was really great to have the opportunity to do this. Also, if you want any of the materials from any of the sessions, or you have questions for Denise, myself, any of the other presenters, please send them to our email as well, thrivefestivalcanmore@gmail.com. Once again, I want to also thank the incredible Malcolm Hotel. I wish you could all be here with us now. It is such a beautiful, beautiful place, and we are very fortunate that they have generously donated the space to us for the last 3 years, and will continue. Our schedule for next year is the first weekend of November here in Canmore, Alberta at the Malcolm Hotel. So thank you to them. I also want to mention again that you will be getting, all of the registrants will be getting a $10 gift certificate for O Canada Soapworks. So we make these beautiful, beautiful soaps. They're all natural and handmade. And this one happens to be my favorite. It's sweetgrass and sage. It's absolutely gorgeous. We make beautiful soaps. We make really lovely bath products as well. And we also make bath seltzers. So with your $10 gift certificate, you can redeem it in store, which is here in Canmore. But if you can't get here to Canmore, you can also redeem online. And when you redeem your certificate, you're going to get a free little personal purse or pocket size hand sanitizer. So our Silky Clean Health Canada approved hand sanitizer. So I also want to just quickly shout out to Tara Oland, who's not here today. She's also part of our team. So we will definitely, she helped us to get organized last week. So I was really grateful for her as well. I'm Dr. Cheryl Cooper. I am one of the founders of Thrive Health and Wellness Festival, but I couldn't do it without all of you. So thank you very much for everything. We are super grateful to have the opportunity to connect with you, and we will look forward to hopefully connecting again next year, if not sooner. Have a wonderful rest of your day.